super pumped about Doug. You know, Doug tweeted Semper Fi. And so I know like all the Marines out there are like just super pumped about seeing this, and the airmen that are watching Bob, seeing them represent the Air Force. I mean, it's just such a cool moment for our military community. And as a military spouse, I definitely feel some of that pride.
I saw Charlie Bolden last night coming from the restaurant, and he was very excited about Doug as a Marine, and he's a Marine, and so Semper Fi was definitely something he said. Godspeed, Semper Fi, go Crew Dragon. So it's our military people that are helping us with this launch, with the recovery, with all these other things, is very important to the success of the mission.
Absolutely. And we want to turn our attention back to the Neil Armstrong operations and checkout building. If we could, we want to take you to a picture of the doors. There they are. Those are the doors at the back of the crew quarters building. And it's an area where family, friends, and members of the media can share one final moment with the crew before launch. Now, the walk through those doors has signaled the beginning of the march towards launch for every American mission to space since 1968. This is the moment that is immortalized on film and video for 400 different astronauts from Apollo all the way through Space Shuttle, serving 150 total missions. And soon, the weather cooperates, mission number 151 with the first 2 commercial crew astronauts. These doors carry with them a legacy of purpose and action. And today they will announce to all of us the start of this, NASA's SpaceX Demo 2 mission.
And you saw just a little bit of my walkout from STS-129, my last mission. And I remember having my friends and family out there. There was my chemistry teacher that was in the crowd. She got me turned on to science and helped me actually become an astronaut. And I just remember her being in the crowd saying, "Go Leland." And it was just such a memorable moment for me. It kind of got more rocket fuel in my veins, getting me ready for my mission.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were just looking at a live picture outside of the building where we could see some of the folks gathered. We could see Doug and Bob's immediate families. There's a small contingent of media there. I mean, normally that place would be just kind of jam packed with as many people as we could fit in there to capture that moment. We of course had to scale that back a little bit to maintain social distancing, but there's still a very excited group of people standing outside the building right now waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, it's so cool to see their families there and that they have that moment with them prior to getting inside of the Teslas. I mean, I seeing that the last time we made that attempt was this incredibly emotional moment. I have no doubt it will also be emotional again. But yeah, that I can only imagine what's going through their heads, in that moment when they're just waving goodbye for the last time before flying. I mean, Leland, like, were you nervous? Were you?
At that moment, we were, we had been a little jovial in the suit up walkout, but I think at that moment we're thinking about our families, leaving our families, but then at the same time, we're going to do this incredible thing for helping advance our civilization. We are working as a team, all the other teams now with SpaceX and NASA and people all around the world, really, in recovery and all these things, helping us get to space so we can advance our civilization. And I think those moments are really heartfelt for us, that a team of people have helped us get to this point.
Absolutely. And we are looking at a live picture now of Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley walking down that hallway in the astronaut crew quarters. We just saw Doug wave at the screen, and they're just turning the corner, getting inside that elevator. And this, you can't see it from here, but there is a banner hanging there. You can kind of see it in the back. There's a banner hanging on the wall of the elevator with the signatures of all the people who worked on this mission. So it was really important for them to hang that up in there so Bob and Doug could see it.
Yeah, we see that, and we see all those signatures of people that have helped us through training, through fit check, through all of these moments and getting ready for this mission. And it feels like they're going along with us on the ride.
Absolutely. And as we wait for the crew to come downstairs to the first floor, we will pause to honor today's efforts with our national anthem. Kelly Clarkson just blew us away with a fantastic rendition Wednesday. Here she is again.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars
I got goosebumps listening to that. I mean, it doesn't get old. We heard it Wednesday, but I mean, I could hear that every day of the week.
She was blowing.
Yeah, amazing. That's a live look again at Launch Complex 39A. We are awaiting astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley to walk out of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building any minute now. So we're going to be ready to cut to that shot just as soon as we get the word that they're ready to walk out that door. Those doors, excuse me. Again, looking like it's been a beautiful start to the day here on Cape Canaveral, but we're keeping a close eye on weather because it looks a little iffy as we get later into the afternoon, closer to launch time, which again is 3:22 this afternoon.
It always blows me away every time I visit Florida is, 1 hour, it's this beautiful, clear, gorgeous day. And then an hour later, it's a thunderstorm.
You said it. Welcome to our world.
And then an hour later, it's back to clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Just similarly to last attempt, right? I mean, just 15, 20 minutes later, it was good to go.
I know it hurt my soul because we have this instantaneous launch window. It's not like with shuttle where we could give it a couple more minutes because you had a 10-minute window. We have a single second to get this off the ground. So everything's got to be just right. The conditions all have to be green at that moment.
Again, Mother Nature showing she's in charge.
Absolutely. And we just heard we're about 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds now from seeing the crew walk out of those doors. So we are standing by to show you that moment live. There's a live look at the O&C walkout doors.
Marie, I think my STS-129 patch is still over top of the door. There's a bunch of patches up there unless they've removed them and put space station patches up there. But this is a very solemn moment for walkout from, a storied legacy of Apollo and seeing Apollo astronauts walk out of these doors. And now we're getting back to U.S. astronauts launching from American soil, walking through these doors again. It's an incredible moment in the era of space travel.
And we saw some just beautiful moments when they walked out on Wednesday, and looking forward to seeing those again. I was perusing all of the different newspapers and stories online and just taking in all the photographs, and there the doors are opening.
Here they come.
And there they are, NASA astronauts.
Small crowd, but big cheers.
NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, Doug on the left, Bob on the right, waving to the crowd there to cheer them on. And there are their families right in front of them.
The virtual hugs, a very special moment. Fist bumps.
You can hear them.
Let's light this candle. I agree. Launch America. My guys.
Now they are getting into the Tesla Model X that's going to take them to the launch pad, being strapped into their seats.
Their suit techs are attaching their umbilicals, so integrated into the Teslas. These are not just any Tesla you can just buy off the web or in a Tesla dealership. They've been outfitted with cooling units, and that white umbilical, similar to what you saw in the checkout, the suit room, that umbilical is being connected to the suit to provide cooling air to the astronauts while they're on the way to the pad. And those Falcon wing doors are closing.
Super sleek.
A rapid departure from the Astro van.
Yes, I would say so.
And their flight surgeon is in the front seat in the passenger side, taking the journey along with them.
As I mentioned last time, we always think about the technology and the rockets, but this is what it's all about, the families coming together, supporting the families, us working together as a team to ensure they get up there safely and back home safely for their families.
I couldn't hear everything they were saying, but I did catch Bob telling his son to be good for mom, make her life easy. As a parent, I appreciate that.
See that prominent NASA meatball.
Now, as we watch the convoy begin their journey to Pad 39A, to our SpaceX and NASA family who over the years made this mission a reality and who have worked this launch campaign up to this point, we have you here in our thoughts.
And we wish every one of you could be here to see this up close. But we want you to be part of this journey, regardless of where you call home and regardless of where you're watching from today. And so for the next few minutes, we are going to follow the convoy, but highlight those whose words and hands and thoughts built all that we see here today. We hope all of you watching can feel the pride each of these NASA and SpaceX team members has for this drive out to the pad.
This is Laura Segura from the Commercial Crew Program. We're so excited about this historical day. Congratulations on being a part of the very first mission for human space flight, commercial human space flight ever. We're behind you, Bob and Doug.
I'm Nicole from SpaceX in Cape Canaveral, Florida. Congratulations to SpaceX for hitting another major milestone, and safe travels to Bob and Doug.
Bob and Doug, as the launch vehicle chief engineer, we've got a lot of our launch vehicle team here to wish you a very wonderful safe ride on a Falcon 9. Coming up with R2, we're so excited for you. And launch America, it's time to launch. Let's go.
Hi, this is Perla from Hawthorne headquarters. We want to wish Bob and Doug a safe trip to the International Space Station. Go Dragon!
It's been 9 years in the making. This is such a historic time, and our team has worked so hard, and we're very excited to be here. Go Bob and Doug!
Hi, this is Sam from McGregor, Texas. Go Bob and Doug, go NASA, and go SpaceX.
Sean O'Rourke from Johnson Space Center. Bob and Doug, wishing you a great flight. I just wanted to tell you good luck.
Hi, I'm Dustin Kamak at NASA Kennedy's Communications and Public Engagement Directorate, and we all want to wish Bob and Doug safe travels and Godspeed. You are both an inspiration to us all. Now, let's get out there and launch America. Let's do it. Come on, launch America.
I love seeing that group of people. I mean, we saw all those different groups of folks from NASA and SpaceX, from all different walks of life that have come together to make this happen. And that was just a small fraction of them. Look at that shot. That is so cool.
Wow. A little thumbs up from, I guess that's from Bob.
Yeah. And, you know, it took a little bit of creativity to get this shot to happen. We have a chase vehicle that's on the other side of the road, which is of course shut down, so we could get a camera in there and follow them out. So we are really thankful to Kennedy Space Center Protective Forces for helping us make that happen, so we could see Bob and Doug all the way out to the launch pad.
My ride out was a little bit different than what they're experiencing in this Tesla, because we had the Astro van had bench seats on each side, and we could look across at each other as we were driving out. And it was moments where we would tell some jokes and look, but sometimes we would just look at each other, and we had such gratitude for having this opportunity to launch into space, and to think about all the people that had a hand in helping us get in that vehicle to drive out to the launch pad to get ready for this momentous moment. And I think that's probably, even though they're sitting, side by side, I think they're probably thinking of the gratitude and the people that have helped them get here, so that they can be on the pointy end of the rocket, getting a chance to go up to space. It's just a momentous moment.
And they're listening to some tunes too, I heard, right, Lauren?
Yeah. There are at least 3 songs on their playlist that are super interesting. The first is AC/DC's Back in Black. You know that one.
Yeah, well, who doesn't?
Right. Another one that they're listening to is the elevator music from the Blues Brothers film, The Girl from Ipanema. Oh, Leland.
Okay.
Got another career.
That's enough.
Career
That's
number
enough.
3.
That's enough.
Right. NFL, astronaut, musician. Yep.
And of course, they are also listening to the Star Spangled Banner, the Army French horns version.
Now, we didn't have tunes in the Astro van.
No?
And I know that the Tesla has a really kicking stereo system. Is that still the custom stereo system that's in the Tesla?
I haven't been in this one, so I don't know what they're rocking, but I'm sure it's pretty cool.
And again, for some perspective, they left the operations and checkout building just a minute ago. And so it's about a 9-mile drive from there to the launch pad. It takes them around 20 minutes, kind of depends on how quickly they're trucking.
The other thing sometimes that you hear as you're in the convoy is the helicopter, the Huey helicopter flying overhead. And it's kind of also, you're thinking military, you're thinking really important things, and it's a moment that also kind of solidifies in you that, hey, something big is about to happen, and that whoop, 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 the sound of that Huey is just in your head, and it feels good that all these people are helping you get there safely.
Yeah, I think we heard that actually coming by
We did.
this building earlier, because we were talking. I was like, I hope that's what I think it is.
And it was pretty low because it was pretty loud.
You could feel it too.
I did. I could feel it.
I took this drive yesterday in my rental car, and granted, it wasn't in a Model X, and I'm not an astronaut, but driving to 39A, that same route, and trying to imagine myself in that headspace, it was pretty awesome. I got to figure out how to get on Falcon 9.
Lauren, we're all astronauts. We're in space.
That is true.
You just got to get on the rocket.
Yeah, well, Leland, there's a big group of people that want you there.
I think we should,
listen to them.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
I think we should
Maybe we should make that a poll question.
Yeah. Well, we should all maybe go to space. What do you think?
I am on board. I mean, not literally right now, but I would like to be on board.
Lauren, would you go with us?
Absolutely.
Okay, poll question.
We have so many people watching online, sending well wishes to Bob and Doug. I mean, it started early this week as we were ramping up for Wednesday, and I feel like it's just been this buildup of momentum because, we were following along Wednesday, and now we're all following along Saturday, and we have people watching from home that hopefully don't have to work today and can really tune into what's going on here.
And we, as astronauts, truly appreciate all the support, all the social media feeds. And we think about, our families. We saw Megan and Karen there with their sons, wishing Doug and Bob well wishes and Godspeed as they head off in these Teslas to launch pad 39A that launched the Apollo astronauts. And I think, this is just one of those moments where everyone in this country is coming together to wish them well, to get them to space safely. It's a really great day.
And they are just now on Saturn Causeway. They just made that right turn onto Saturn Causeway. So to the right of the screen, that building is the operations and support building 2. And on the left, it's out of view right now, is the vehicle assembly building, that iconic building that processed the space shuttle and Saturn V rocket also.
That's where that mobile transporter used to take out the Apollo, Saturn V rockets and the space shuttle. It's just an incredible machine.
And where they're passing right now, I mean, if we were to run outside, we could wave because we are off to the right of your screen there at the press site where you see a group of media there. So from this point there, they've still got about 3 miles to go from here.
I'll see you guys later. I'll be back in a minute.
You're gonna go hop in. And obviously it's not just Bob and Doug's Tesla. There's a number of cars in that convoy. They're being escorted by Kennedy Space Center Protective Forces and also SpaceX security. They have a flight surgeon there with them. And we've seen just a sprinkle of folks along the way. Normally we'd have a whole lot more people out here watching this, but we really appreciate you watching online and from home. Again, wherever you are, at the beach, watching on your phone, your tablet, your whatever mobile device you have, we're going to be here every step of the journey, taking you through it moment by moment. There's a cool shot with the worm on the roof.
There we go.
The second place worm. Yes.
The second place worm.
So, Leland, when I drive down this road on the way to 39A, on the left, there's that area where the crawler used to drive. Do you tell us a little bit about the crawler?
Yeah, right there you can see the kind of the gravel where the crawler actually crushes that gravel almost into sand. It's so heavy. When the shuttle will go out and the Apollo Saturn V rocket will go out, and it's just, this thing moves at a glacial rate to get out there because it's got this huge rocket or shuttle on it. But I had a chance to see that when my shuttle went out one day with Alan Poindexter, and it's just this enormous, tracks and vehicle, but you guys do it in a different way, don't you? You don't go out of the vehicle assembly building. You have your own building.
We have a hangar right there on the pad, so we just roll the rocket up the hill.
Kind of do it like a Soyuz, where you just raise it up right there from horizontal to vertical, and it's done.
Yeah. Horizontal integrations. We don't need an enormous building in order to process the rocket and mate drag into the pad at the very top of the hill. You raise it up vertical with the transporter erector.
And again, all these efficiencies to help us get people to space faster and safer. And, this is going to be the future of space travel. And also the relationship between NASA and SpaceX working together as a team to get people up.
And at this point, the convoy is approaching pad 39A, and they're entering what is known as the BDA, or blast danger area. Now, before any pad technicians, engineers, or astronauts enter that area around the launch pad, the SpaceX and NASA teams do an internal go, no-go poll to make sure everything is clear.
This storied launch pad, which has been the beginning point for so many firsts, is the perfect backdrop for today's historic launch that marks a new first and a new era in human spaceflight.
And here's a view from our gantry near the Launch Complex 39A. So we've got another view of the convoy going by here. If I had to count up all the cameras we have all over the place for this, I'd be here all day.
That's a beautiful shot right there, looking at the Kennedy Space Center and Merritt Island and all of the nature around us. It's a big buffer from 39A so that we can be safe and launch our rockets off to space safely.
Absolutely. And a lot of people don't realize this is a national wildlife refuge. I mean, I pass turtles on the way to my car every day.
Yeah.
Well, when we would run from the operations and checkout building, we'd have to watch out for snakes and for alligators. And so to be really careful about the wildlife.
We used to have one who lived at 39A.
Oh, really?
Yeah, an alligator.
Well, maybe we'll see him. We'll keep an eye out. Tweet at us if you see any.
Did you name him Worm?
Ooh, it's ahead of my time.
I don't know how an alligator would feel about being called Worm, Leland.
Yeah, no.
And we've got a ton of you following along on social media. Lynn says, as a fellow Missourian, we're so proud of Bob. Launch America, we will be watching from the Space Coast, cheering loud. And another comment, Godspeed and good luck, Astro Benkin and Astro Doug, hashtag Launch America. There you see the SpaceX horizontal integration facility. It's on the left of the screen now. We saw the front of it from the other angle. Or I'm sorry, no, there it is. I was getting my buildings mixed up. So it's on the right now.
Yeah,
Bigger building.
The other is the Falcon Support Building. It's where all of our offices are. And yes, you're correct.
Thank
right
you
there.
for the correction, Laura.
There's our hangar. We process Falcon Heavy in there. There are other boosters in that hangar as well. And the rocket and Dragon that is on the pad right now was put together, or rather finally integrated inside of that hangar and then rolled out to that pad to go up vertical.
And there it is. That shot really gives you a sense of the scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Those Teslas look teeny tiny, making their way up there. And so as they make their way up to the pad, we're going to throw it over now to Hawthorne, where Jesse and Dan are watching the action. Hi, guys.
Thanks, Marie. Yeah, really cool watching the Teslas pull up, driving on the launch pad just a few feet away from the vehicle. This is awesome and getting really excited over here. And with us looking at the launch pad right now, we've had to do a number of upgrades, but not only to the launch pad, but SpaceX has also made changes to both Falcon 9 and Dragon to enable flying crew. And a key update to this latest version of Dragon is its highly reliable launch escape system that is capable of carrying crew to safety at any point during the ascent of the rocket.
Another pretty key upgrade is the Dragon's new life support system. As you can imagine, flying humans requires keeping a habitable environment throughout the entire flight, and that means covering everything like providing breathing air, keeping the capsule at a safe pressure, keeping it free of contaminants, removing any carbon dioxide in the air, regulating the temperature, the humidity, all of these things, and also implementing that waste collection system, aka the toilet.
That sounds pretty important. The changes to Falcon 9 were small but extremely meaningful to meet NASA's requirements for safety for human spaceflight. And specifically, SpaceX had to prove a high degree of fault tolerance, meaning that small failures in the system would not lead to mission failure. Falcon 9 was already able to handle engine failure, but new emphasis was put on making sure that a failure throughout any phase of launch would not mean mission failure. And this goes all the way down to latches, control valves, electronics, wiring, and so much more.
All right, well, with the astronauts now on location at pad 39A, we're going to swing it right back. Marie, Lauren, Leland, take us through the crew making their final steps towards the Dragon spacecraft.
Sure thing. So we are looking again at Launch Complex 39A. Just a few seconds ago, we saw the Tesla carrying Bob and Doug pull up to the launch pad. This is the site of so much history, you guys. This is where Apollo and Saturn V rockets that launched to the moon took astronauts from. I mean, this pad has so much history. Leland, you launched from there. What's it like seeing Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 there with the pad, with all of the visual changes that have been made? I mean, what kind of emotions does this stir up in you?
You know, when we got out of our Astro van, we stepped out and we just looked up to see this vehicle, and it was creaking, it was groaning, it was making noises, it was getting ready for us to enter it, to take us off planet. And you know, you get a chance to take a picture. Sometimes you stand there, you look there, you think about all the training you've done, all the preparation, and again, all the people that have helped you get there. And it's just a solemn, amazing moment for all of us.
And there's another amazing drone shot. Lauren, you explained this a little bit earlier about kind of how SpaceX brings the rocket and capsule vertical. Now that we see it, can you kind of explain that again for folks who maybe missed that?
Yes, of course. Dragon is actually processed a few miles down the road at Area 59, or Dragonland, as we like to call it. We then put it on a truck and drive it all the way to the hangar where the rocket is. And so what will happen is we'll then we call it break over, where the vehicle's up vertical, we'll turn it sideways because the rocket is being processed sideways or horizontal into the hangar. lift it, mate it to Falcon 9, and then roll up those hangar doors and essentially pull the vehicle in the transporter erector, which is the big white truss structure that you see there. All the fluid lines, electrical lines, and everything are connected to the vehicles via the TE, transporter erector. And they basically roll it up those rails. You can't really see them. You can kind of see them in the screen, those
Right there.
rails. Roll the entire TE Rocket Dragon assembly up to the very top of the pad, pin it into the pad systems, and then roll it up vertical.
And we are about T minus 2 hours, 57 minutes, 44 seconds, and counting. In just a couple of minutes, we are expecting to hear a formal announcement that the crew is at the pad. Of course, we saw them pull up in the Teslas, and there they are. Looks like they've already gotten out of the car, and they are walking up to the elevator that will carry them all the way up to the 255-foot level, and then they'll have a couple of steps to get up to the level where the crew access arm is.
I have the AC/DC song in my head as I see them walking up.
You know what I was kind of jamming out to on my way in was ZZ Top, Sharp Dressed Man.
Oh, nice.
I was like, I don't know, that might be on my playlist if I were in there. But there they are, taken in the sight, craning to see the top of the Falcon 9 rocket. It's 230 feet tall if you round up, and then Crew Dragon is another 27 feet from the bottom of the trunk to the top of the nose cone. So when you're out there in person, it's really hard to describe just how large it is.
Look at them getting excited. They're ready to get in the vehicle, get in the elevator, and make it to the top. There's some FOD. He's picking up foreign object debris.
Appreciate that. They're also wearing FOD covers on their shoes, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We want to make sure that they don't, track the inside of Dragon when they go in. And so right before they enter the vehicle, they'll remove the FOD covers off of their boots.
You take for granted, all just the little details like that, all of the thought and preparation that has to go into literally every single piece of this operation.
I love the makeover of Pad 39A with the sleek black with the white ticking and the lines, and it's a very futuristic look for this iconic launch pad. And to think what's been there before with Mercury, Gemini, Apollo shuttle, and now the SpaceX Crew Dragon getting ready for a launch to the International Space Station. Rocket fuel still going through my veins.
And we feel so honored to be able to launch from here. Oh, here they are. That's a really fast elevator.
Yeah.
No, it really zips. That took them up to 255 feet in just a matter of seconds.
They're removing their FOD covers.
Looks like they were just maybe checking something on his boot or leg.
And we should hear a call any moment that the crew has arrived at the pad as they make their way up the stairs, and they're headed to the crew access arm now. There's the worm again, popping.
You know it.
Meatball.
Don't worry, there's a meatball on Crew Dragon.
Those white arrows you see there are essentially illuminating the way for anyone who's up there to find their way to the escape baskets in the event of an emergency that would require them to get far away from the rocket and the pad.
And it's hard to tell from this angle, but there's actually a phone right here, and I can't tell if it's Bob or Doug that's using the phone right now. But Leland, can you explain the significance of that? It's the same phone that was there during the shuttle days.
Yeah, you get a chance to talk to maybe friends or family that you haven't maybe couldn't come to the launch. In this case, it's quite a few people, but just to have that last moment to talk to someone before you get in the vehicle. It's a beautiful view.
And we're watching the crew when they're done using the phone there, we expect them to be making their way into the crew access arm. And coming up at about T-minus 2 hours and 35 minutes, the astronauts will ingress, or that's a word we use to describe climbing into Crew Dragon. And we saw Doug do it a couple minutes early on Wednesday. They were a little bit ahead of schedule, so that time could be a little bit flexible. But that's going to happen with the assistance of the suit techs, and they will get strapped into their seats. And so with that coming up, we're going to head over to Hawthorne for a preview of what's in store for the future in space travel. Jesse?
Thanks, Marie. Yeah, shortly after we begin to regularly fly NASA astronauts to and from the space station, SpaceX will also begin flying private passengers to station and beyond using Dragon.
That's right. NASA is enabling up to 2 private astronaut missions to visit the station each year, just as part of our support of economy in low Earth orbit. It's one of the many ways NASA is working to just open up access to outer space for companies to manufacture products in microgravity, for any new commercial modules in space, and really just to enable more people to be able to explore the stars firsthand.
And the more people out there exploring the stars, the closer we become to becoming a multiplanetary species. Earlier, we showed you a first-hand look at where you would train if you were to fly with us on board Dragon, but now let's take a peek inside of the spacecraft itself.
Intuitive to know what we need to do at any given moment in time. When I think about comfort for the astronauts, it's really every aspect of how you could interact with the spaceship that comes to mind. We have 3 different seat sizes. We even go so far as molding the foam around the astronaut's body so that there's not any pressure points, and it's just generally a pleasurable journey to space. Dragon is a spaceship that's all about safety and reliability. We designed it to be 2-fault tolerant, which means that any 2 things could fail. So I could lose a flight computer and a thruster, and I could still bring the crew back home safely. We also added a launch escape system. If anything goes wrong on ascent, the crew can get away from Falcon and get picked up safely. I've worked on Dragon since 2012. When I see Dragon lift off, I think I'm going to feel a buildup of emotion of 8 years of working with some of the best engineers and technicians across the country that put their heart and mind into making this incredible moment happen for everybody.
All right, so that was a detailed look inside Dragon. Here's a live look at 2 astronauts about to climb right in. If you're just now tuning in, you're watching our coverage of the mission known as Demonstration Mission 2 or Demo 2. 2 days, SpaceX and NASA are going to be sending people into orbit on a mission to the International Space Station from U.S. soil for the first time since 2011. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are the NASA astronauts flying today, and you can see them right there on screen. They are just right next to their ride up to space.
Yeah, very exciting. So as you can see, they have already arrived at pad 39A, where Falcon 9 will lift off from at 3:22 p.m. Eastern time today. They have ascended the tall structure already, which is next to the rocket, and it's called the fixed service structure, and also have already walked down the corridor, which is known as the crew arm, which is what they're standing in right now.
That's right. And as they prepare to board Dragon, they have this one final stop they're standing in right now, and that's the White Room. The White Room is literally just the room at the end of the crew arm that has an opening into Dragon. It is the last place on planet Earth Bob and Doug are going to be standing before they step into Dragon for their ride to the International Space Station.
And the term the White Room was first used during NASA Gemini missions, where the room right before entering the spaceship was painted white. And as you can see, we've continued this tradition with painting ours white as well. And on Wednesday, they actually started a new tradition by signing the wall in the white room. It's a fairly small area that has room for the crew and a few ground support members to complete cargo load at T-minus 24 hours and crew ingress at T-minus 2 hours and 35 minutes, which is coming up here shortly. And ingress is how we refer to the crew boarding Dragon.
Also inside the white room is a movable platform that just gets extended out to the capsule just to make that boarding process much smoother for the crew to climb into Dragon. As you might expect, it's also environmentally controlled. You can see kind of a big seal right up against the side hatch, and that's just done so Dragon can be open while keeping all the dust, dirt, and the Florida humidity out of the capsule, making sure it's pristine for the crew. And so that seal is going to stay in place until they begin to retract it, get the arm ready to move out of the way, and by that point, the hatch will already be closed.
And the white room also has lots of tools in order to open the side hatch, complete crew ingress, and prepare for any contingencies or emergency that may be encountered.
And right now, they're just in the white room. They're getting a final briefing. You can see them with a number of different pad technicians. Everybody on that team has a specific job. Some are suit specialists who are going to help Bob and Doug get connected to their seats. Some are specialists with the Dragon capsule itself and are going to be responsible for closing the hatch. And we also typically have a photographer in there just to help kind of capture these moments as the crew gets ready. So right now we're watching and we can see them start to line up there. We'll see Doug Hurley go in first. And so he'll be the first one through the capsule. And he's going to be ingressing. That's just our spaceflight term for entering. You're going to hear a lot of these terms throughout the next couple of days as they make their way up to orbit. Ingress getting in, egress coming out. And they're also doing that final FOD check, making sure that the crew don't have any foreign object debris, dust, dirt, anything that could interfere with the systems on Dragon just before they get in.
Right, as Leland and Lauren were mentioning earlier, they do have stuff on their suits to protect from FOD. And they have FOD covers on their boots, as they mentioned, as well as on their umbilical port on their suits. And that needs to be removed before they can ingress.
Minutes. The crew has arrived at the white room. Its ingress is in progress on schedule.
Just listening into the nets and hearing those updates live. Yes, once the FOD check is complete, they can enter, which is happening live on your screen right now. And as they climb into Dragon, they will buckle themselves in and attach their umbilicals to their suits. As you can see, the suit techs are there to help them get buckled and settled into those seats. And as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the suit's primary function is to protect the crew in the event of a cabin depressurization. So the suits help keep them cool as well as delivers nitrox in case there is a suit depressurization.
As we go through this, we saw Doug Hurley go in first. He's the commander for this mission. He's closest to your screen. And then Bob Bankin's just next to him. And they're going to get some assistance from these suit techs as they get in. There are 4 seats inside of Dragon for these missions, and they are numbered 1 through 4 if you're looking from the perspective of the suit techs inside the hatch, going from right to left. So Doug Hurley is in seat 2, that's the commander seat, and Bob Bankin is in seat 3, which for Crew Dragon's the pilot seat. And obviously we don't have anybody in seats 1 or 4 today. Crew Dragon is designed to carry 4 astronauts though on future NASA missions, and we'll see that on Crew 1, which will have 3 NASA astronauts and 1 from our partner agency, JAXA. And then directly above the crew right now, but right in front of them, once their seats get rotated, are the 3 displays that they'll use throughout the flight. And that just gives them insight into all of Dragon's systems. It allows them to take control of the vehicle and manually fly it, which we'll see them do hopefully only twice during 2 manual flight tests. As again, Dragon's autonomous, but they can jump in and take over if they need to.
And as Dan mentioned, the displays are above them right now, but those seats will rotate back for launch position so that they can easily access those displays. So coming up next, the crew will do a comm check once they're all settled in. And that's so that they can check to make sure that they can hear mission control, and then after that, their seats will be rotated into position. So let's check in with John Innsbrucker for the latest on the health of both of those vehicles. John, what's the status update today?
We're at T-minus 2 hours, 43 minutes and counting down for the launch of Falcon 9 with Dragon to the space station. As you see, the Dragon launch pad team has obviously arrived at the pad. They got there shortly after T-minus 4 hours, opened up the side hatch on Dragon, got ready for the arrival of the astronauts. We saw the crew come up the elevators, walk over and enter Dragon, and they're now getting situated inside the capsule. Now, the flight team is monitoring data from Dragon. They most recently have completed a command and telemetry check of the radio frequency system on Dragon through the tracking and data relay satellite network. That looked to go well. There are no issues in work as we watch the astronauts getting situated in their seats inside the Dragon spacecraft. The Falcon 9 team is preparing for final checkouts and propellant load. Those checkouts are due to begin at T-minus 2 hours, some 42 minutes from now, when the launch crew officially gets on console in the firing room. All systems on Falcon 9 are currently go. The range continues to be green on the support side. The areas around the pad obviously clear except for the folks doing the entry into the capsule. Air and sea space are clear. We hear helicopter go by from time to time. The big concern is weather forecast. We are continuing right now at a 50% probability of violation of the weather constraints. The big concerns are going to be the thick clouds, precipitation, possibility of lightning. I mentioned earlier, normally you get a strong sea breeze from the ocean that pushes inland and keeps the clouds from Central Florida from building up. But today the sea breeze is fairly weak, so we expect the thunderstorms will get closer to launch pad. We're also checking downrange conditions. If there's a contingency splashdown of Dragon, we're looking at essentially the wave heights, lightning, rain along the trajectory. Right now it's marginal, but it is still go. We do expect that to improve slightly during the day. So fingers crossed there that the downrange weather looks good. But right now at T-minus 2 hours, 41 minutes, as the clock continues to count down, all systems are go for launch.
All right, thanks, John I. And as we watch Bob and Doug get buckled into their seats, I'm joined once again by SpaceX's Jessica Jensen, just to kind of walk through everybody what made Dragon a 21st century spacecraft. So first off, thanks for coming in today. I know you got to come in for a launch. That's always tough.
Of course.
Walk us through again kind of Dragon's life history. I mean, we have one in a clean room pretty soon right behind us. Walk us how we got to where we are today to have Bob and Doug climbing into that spacecraft.
Sure. So SpaceX was founded to make life multiplanetary. That was why Elon started the company back in 2002. But also when he founded the company, we were a very small company for several years. And so we had to look for opportunities to, hey, how do you go from being a small company to actually putting people into orbit? So when NASA came out with the need to fly cargo to and from the International Space Station, we jumped on that because we said, hey, first, not only is carrying cargo to and from the space station cool, I bet we could actually then fly people to the International Space Station. And hey, for 8 years now, we've been flying cargo.
Yeah.
And then now we have transitioned over into flying crew and cargo together. So that's basically been the evolution of Dragon, and it's been awesome.
And I know when we see Falcon 9, we get to talk a lot about reusability. Everyone is very familiar with the first stage coming back down and how cool that looks. Dragon is also designed with some reusability. In fact, you've flown Dragon multiple times, or you've flown Dragons multiple times to the space station. How does reusability factor into Dragon's life cycle?
Yeah, so I'll actually talk a little bit about both, because one thing I think everyone always thinks about reusability and, hey, it saves money or that's great, but reusability actually improves your reliability. So when we get Falcons back and when we get Dragons back, either after one mission or multiple mission, we can do all these detailed inspections on them. And that's super important because when you fly a vehicle, you can only have so many sensors on it. You can't put a sensor, every single inch of a rocket or a spacecraft.
And there's already way more than I think anybody realizes.
Exactly. But so, especially for rockets that wind up in the ocean, some people don't have any idea of what they actually went through. So the fact that we get all the hardware back, we were able to inspect literally every square inch of it and make small design changes that actually improve reliability for the whole fleet. So even though Bob and Doug are on a brand new rocket and a brand new spacecraft, those spacecraft are actually more reliable based on the knowledge we've learned from reusability.
We've walked people through a lot of the new systems on Dragon. What are just some of the cool things that are maybe beneath the surface that people don't know about with Dragon?
So I think one of the coolest things is the autonomous docking system. And what that is it's basically we have, GPS sensors on Dragon, but then we also have cameras and imaging sensors such as a LiDAR on basically the nose cone or the front part of Dragon as it's approaching the space station. And all these sensors are feeding data back to our flight computer to say, hey, how far away am I from the space station? What's my relative velocity to the space station? And then that feeds into the flight computer, which has algorithms written by our engineers to say, okay, based on how far away you are and your rates, here's how you fire the thrusters to most effectively get to the docking target. And I think that's just super cool.
Well, I mean, we're all waiting for our cars to drive ourselves to work. And for Bob and Doug, that's exactly what it's doing for them.
Exactly. And what I think is so cool is the computer does this just like flawlessly. It's easy. When I tried to do it, I failed miserably. I tried to dock Dragon to the ISS 3 times and I failed. Fourth time I got it.
Good morning.
And I will tell the public out there that on our website, we actually have a Dragon ISS simulator. So you yourself can try and fire the thrusters and see how well you do. Maybe I'm just a bad driver, but I think the flight computer does a really good job.
I think we all had fun with it. All right, well, we are just starting to hear. They're going to start up those comm checks with Bob and Doug.
CDR, PLT, comm check,
so let's listen in.
CDR, loud and clear. PLT, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Umbilical comm check complete. Stand by for ground station comm check.
And again, we're just listening in. They're doing these comm checks, these communication checks. So Bob and Doug are going to do a series of these checkouts with the teams on the ground, both the core here in Hawthorne and the launch director out in Florida. And they're going to be doing this over Dragon to ground. And they're also going to be doing it over the countdown net. Those are the 2 main loops or nets that you're going to hear going out. And they're going to be doing it through their different communications paths. We heard them do through the TDRS or the tracking data and relay satellites. Those are those primary satellites that we're going to be used to talk to Bob and Doug throughout their flight and to send commands to Dragon. They'll also do it through ground stations. SpaceX has a worldwide network of ground stations that they're able to communicate with the vehicle. And that's what we'll be using to get video inside the cabin of Bob and Doug on their flight up. So if you tuned in the other day, this is one of the first things that they do once they get inside the vehicle. And this is just to make sure all the communication systems with the Dragon spacecraft, with the suits, everything are working. They're able to talk to and hear everybody on the ground.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check, ground stations.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Ground station comm check complete. Stand by for TDRS comm check.
And just a reminder, you're hearing the core. That's the crew operations responsible engineer. That's, if you've followed NASA missions in the past, that's the Capcom position. That is this pretty much the singular voice that's talking to the astronauts throughout their flight. And that's a position based here in Hawthorne, California. And you'll also hear
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check, TDRS.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. TDRS comm check complete. Stand by with comm checks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. Com check.
SpaceX, Jason, loud and clear.
Copy, loud and clear. Glad to have you guys on board. Stand by for com check on Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD, Dragon to ground, com check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for com checks with LD.
Dragon, launch director on countdown 1, com check.
Good afternoon, Mike, loud and clear.
I have you the same, and good afternoon. Stand by for my com check on Dragon to ground. Dragon, SpaceX on Dragon to ground, com check.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
I have you the same. Back to core.
And Dragon SpaceX, this concludes our launch configuration comm checks. Report when ready for seat rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
Dragon will put that in work.
Copy.
All right, so all those communications checks were done successfully, and you could even see, and it's so cool when we get these views right inside the cabin.
SpaceX Dragon in 2.2, we are ready for seat rotation.
Copy. We will report when initiating.
But you could see Doug Hurley using his right hand. He has the talk button built into the seat itself. So just, again, showing you all of the different systems, how the suit is integrated into the seat, and it's all just one big circle for this whole spacecraft. So really cool to see those comm checks live. Jessica, thank you so much for walking us through some of the really cool updates, the upgrades. Did you have any other cool stuff besides?
Let's see. So I don't know if you guys can see, but we have the Dragon clean room here. And one of the coolest things is it is right on the main floor of our main building. So thousands of employees walk by here all the time and get to see Dragon in its final processing before it goes to the Cape. On Wednesday, the Crew 1 capsule was in here. It looked almost done. It looks a little empty right now, but that's because that capsule went off into our separate test facility for its final propulsion checks. So we do leak checks and things there, and we do that in a separate facility just because it's high pressure testing. And then the vehicle will come back here, get its final thermal protection system put on, and then it will ship off to Cape Canaveral and get ready to launch 4 astronauts to the International Space Station.
I mean, what's it like to see it? Because when you see the first initial pressure vessel, it looks nothing like the final thing. So what's it like to just kind of watch it go through and you just see little bits get added on, and then the next thing you know, it's a whole spacecraft?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so amazing. I'm so impressed. You know, when you look at a machine, you're like, how does this ever get built? How do people ever do this? And it really is just step by step, one piece at a time. Each piece has its critical function, and you get to watch that being built right in front of your eyes every day when you
Dragon
come to work.
SpaceX, we are ready and initiating seat rotation.
Dragon copies.
And we just heard the seat rotation's about to begin. So, Jessica, thank you so much. Cool facts about Dragon for everyone to listen in on, and we can see the seats start to rotate now. Pretty soon, Bob and Doug will be in their launch configuration, and they'll be ready to go. And we can see the seats slowly start to rotate. Again, they're in this down position just to make it easier to climb in and out of Dragon. They'll rotate to this launch position to put their backs a little bit more parallel to the ground. It makes taking the G-force a little bit easier for the crew on the way uphill, but most importantly, positions those touchscreens directly in front of them, which is just their gateway into Dragon.
Dragon SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
We copy.
All right, and confirmation the seats are in the launch position. Let's go down now to Gary in Mission Control Houston, where I know the entire JSC team is standing by and ready to see Dragon take flight today. Over to you, Gary.
Thanks, Dan. Very much so. Great to see good comm checks from Bob and Doug and that their seats have been rotated into their launch position. Here in Houston, Flight Director Zeb Scoville has pulled space station flight controllers, and all systems are go for launch from the space station side of things. Essentially, the station is prepared for Dragon to arrive 19 hours after launch. Chris Cassidy has completed his preparations for Bob and Doug to arrive. He's got a chance to view some of the broadcasts. It even said they were, quote, looking sharp. Flight controllers here will monitor the countdown, but really it's up to the teams in Kennedy and Hawthorne to get us to liftoff at this point. So we want to hear your comments as we continue to count down to launch. So let's go to the social desk now. Tahira.
Thanks, Gary. So glad to hear that polls are go, at least on your end, and just hoping this weather just works out good for today's launch. I mean, people online are on the edge of their seats. We just checked numbers, and we're up to 1.1 million viewers right now. That's almost double when we checked last time. And right now, we also have Columbia, South Carolina is leading the viewership. So interesting to see how that changes. Let's take a broader look at the conversation online with this heat map of the United States. Now, this shows Launch America mentions by state over the past week. And we have California leading right now with the most mentions. And I'm very surprised. I really thought the Space Coast would take it home. But let's see how this changes over the course of the broadcast. And with that, let's see what y'all are posting online right now. Guys, I mean, check out these outfits. Absolutely love it. Love to just see how people are making things creative for this launch and really making it their own, putting their personal touch on it. Let's take a look at another. Oh, we are back to the Launch America heat mentions. So let's see how that changes over the course of this broadcast. But really fun to see those photos online. Oh, we have another space pet, guys. These do not get old, so please use hashtag Launch America on social media. Right now, it looks like we have Astronaut Boris, who is ready for his launch in the Crew Dragon capsule. I love seeing the pet owners unite for this mission. So like I said, definitely use that hashtag. We will be looking for it during the show. Marie, what's the latest at Kennedy?
Thanks to Hero, we are at T-minus 2 hours, 26 minutes, 47 seconds and counting from liftoff of the Falcon 9 from the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida, carrying NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken. You see them right now aboard SpaceX's Crew Dragon spacecraft. It's been a very exciting day so far. The crew has been up since about 8 o'clock this morning as they prepare to head to the International Space Station as part of this Demo 2 mission for NASA.
And as we speak, the astronauts, as you saw, are inside Dragon and have completed their comm checks. So now they can communicate with the teams here on the ground. And their seats have rotated upright to their reclined launch positions, allowing them to see and access the display panel. And now they are about to, they initiate their own suit leak checks to make sure that their suit is in proper working condition before liftoff.
And in just a little bit, at about T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes, it could happen a little bit sooner, though. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule. We will see the closeout team begin to close the side hatch in preparation for flight. And that's going to be one of the key visual milestones on the timeline to liftoff. Now, we want to take you to a couple of special guests we have joining us. They are with Daryl Nail at the OSB-2 viewing location, NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, and also Kennedy Space Center Director Bob Cabana is there with Daryl. Hi, Daryl.
Hi, Marie. That's right. We're in the 5th floor of the Operations and Support Building here at the Kennedy Space Center with a nice view of Launch Complex 39. And the two men that you mentioned are here to join me to answer a few questions. We're excited to have them both here. And they are, of course, Bob Cabana, the director of the Kennedy Space Center, and Jim Bridenstine, administrator for NASA. Gentlemen, thanks again for making the time to be here. Of course, the big story right now, Jim, is the weather. So let's talk a little bit about that. We can see there's some clouds building. That was forecast. You took part in a weather briefing this morning. What do you know about the weather and the decision that was made to say, hey, let's give this another shot today?
Yeah, so what got us last time was the electricity in the atmosphere. And of course, today there are, in fact, buildups. It doesn't look like there are thunderstorms at this time, but they are expected. The question is, when do those thunderstorms go away? And when those thunderstorms materialize, where are they located? We are predicting about a 50-50 shot of going this time. But given the fact that we are in late May in Florida, we have to take every shot we can get. So it's not likely that in a couple of days it's going to be any better than it is today. So we are a go for launch right now, and we are hoping that the weather will hold up. We almost made it on Wednesday, and the trend is better today than it was on Wednesday. So we'll see.
And I saw a forecast that said the clearing is supposed to happen right around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So
That's right.
we're hoping that
Launch is at 3:22,
right.
clearing, at the earliest 3 o'clock, at the latest 3:30. So depending on when that happens, we'll either be go or no go. But again, we're going to take every shot we've got.
Also watching the downrange weather for a
That's right.
potential rescue in case there were an abort.
That's right. So, we have these staging areas. When we go from the first stage to the second stage, that's a higher risk evolution. We want to make sure that in the case we have to exercise the launch abort at that point, that the weather is good. And of course, that's off the coast of North Carolina. The big thing there is it's great that we have a launch abort capability. The challenge is that launch abort capability includes parachutes. And with parachutes, you've got to make sure that you've got the weather to come down. If there are thunderstorms or downbursts or high winds, that's problematic for the parachute system.
Right. And sea states as well, bouncing that
Exactly.
capsule around in the ocean. Bob, of course, you're an astronaut. You know what it's like to hit the reset button and do it all over again. Get into the spacecraft, get ready to go, only to be told, no, we're not going to go today. We're going to try it again. What's that like? And then tell me about the mindset as you have to kind of reset. Do you feel less anxious? Do you feel more comfortable the second time around?
Daryl, first off, my last flight, we counted down to 18 seconds and didn't go. Man, and when you get to 18 seconds, you're ready.
Yeah.
The key is, it's the training that we go through, all the repetition that we do. We practice everything, including scrubs. And just because you didn't launch doesn't mean you don't have something to do. So you got to go through those back out procedures. It's all done very professionally. Then it was out of the vehicle and into the Astrovan, back to crew quarters. And we had a positive attitude. We got a good night's rest, and we went through it again. It's a matter of doing your job. And these guys are well prepared. It's all part of what we do.
Yeah, they stopped the count at 17 minutes, but you had all the way up to just a few seconds. That's a big difference.
And the truth is, the next night, actually, everything went really better. The weather was bad the first time. I was kind of glad we scrubbed. And we scrubbed for an issue with the vehicle that they later sorted out. As it turned out, we wouldn't have had enough prop to rendezvous with the Russian functional cargo block. But the next night, it was just a perfectly smooth launch count. Everything just went like clockwork, and it set the stage for an awesome mission.
I think you told the press before you walked out, I think you were over there at astronaut crew quarters, we're going today. I'm wondering, where's the source of that confidence coming from?
I just got a feeling, you got to have a positive attitude. I watched a lot of weather down here supporting shuttle missions, and I'm hoping that those clouds over the I-95 corridor, that the Indian River keeps them west of us, and that stuff that's building offshore is far enough off that we can stay in an open window here at the Cape.
Good. Well, we got your positive vibe going, and we appreciate that. Jim, when you were down in the astronaut crew quarters and when they were suiting up, you got a second chance to visit with the astronauts. Kind of tell us about that, and what was their demeanor? What was their mood today?
So again, they seem loose. They were loose last time. They're loose this time. They're definitely ready to go. They're excited. They've been wanting to go for a long time now. I'll tell you one thing that I thought was a little interesting is, Bob Behnken was making fun of Doug Hurley because on Doug's last flight, they scrubbed 5 times before launching on the 6th time. So Bob Behnken seems to think that Doug Hurley is the problem in this case. But to see them joking about that as they're getting suited up, ready to go, yes, they're trained, they're ready, but they're also loose, and that's good to see because they're going to have to be on their game when we launch.
These guys are pretty impressive. Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken. I mean, Doug Hurley, an incredible pilot. Bob Behnken, he's got a PhD in mechanical engineering.
And he's a flight test engineer himself in the Air Force. Yeah.
Well, in your assessment, why are these guys the right stuff?
Well, this is a test flight, and we have great astronauts that are chemists. We have great astronauts that are botanists. We have really talented and diverse, a very very diverse astronaut corps in general. But this is a test flight, and for a test flight, what do you want? You want test pilots. You want people that, for a living, they have made a living flying new things that have never been flown before. And Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are the 2 people that you would want in a test flight. And that's exactly what this is.
Bob, you're a pilot too. You want to weigh in on Doug Hurley? He seems like he's got the right mentality
Hey, what
Oh,
and
can
smooth
I say?
customer.
He's a naval aviator, a Marine pilot, a test pilot. I'm all in. He's a great guy.
Yeah, yeah. And tell me a little bit about in terms of the Kennedy Space Center, right? So you've been here since 2007, right?
2008.
2008. Sorry, off by 1 year. 2011, the Atlantis came to a wheel stop. Yeah, I grew up here. My dad worked for NASA. My uncle was a contractor. When that wheel stop happened, the next day, my uncle got the layoff notice, right? And it 30, 60 days. It was depressing. We're talking about thousands of people laid off.
Super depressing. Atlantis landed on a Thursday. On Friday, 2,000 contractors got pink slips and walked out the door. Yet they worked on that vehicle. That was the best vehicle we ever flew. The cleanest. That's the dedication of the workforce here.
Right. So, and take me back to that time. You called it a depressing time. The fact that the shuttle program was something that the government completely had ownership of and paid for. Now we're moving into this commercial crew, which you've overseen making that transition. And tell me about that 9 years in which we made that move.
Well, obviously, everybody was really attached to the shuttle. I mean, it was our history for 30 years. It did an awesome job. The Hubble Space Telescope, all the satellites it deployed, building the International Space Station. But when I first got here, I told everybody the shuttle program is going to end. We have to start preparing for our future. And nobody wanted that to hear that. But how many times in your life do you get to define what you want your future to be? And we set out on this bold goal of trying to turn KSC into a multi-user spaceport, supporting both government and commercial operations. And I've got a very persistent team. They worked extremely hard. And through a number of agreements, we were able to make it happen. And this is the future. Commercial spaceflight, the administrator says it all the time. We want to establish a commercial environment in low Earth orbit so that we can focus on the hard job of exploring beyond our home planet, to establish that presence in our solar system beyond planet Earth, establish a sustained presence on the moon, get to Mars, establish a presence there. We can't do that if we're locked here in low Earth orbit. And commercial crew with both SpaceX and Boeing, that's the beginning of a whole new era of spaceflight.
All right, very good. Quick question. We've got, of course, a special guest coming back today. The President of the United States plans on being here. Jim, you took him around the first time around. How did that go? I think I saw a picture on Twitter. He signed some space hardware.
That's right. So he took a look at the Orion crew capsule. Of course, the Orion for Artemis 1 is ready to go. And he signed, a piece of hardware that will fly on the crew capsule for Artemis 2. So that's kind of, and not just him, but the first lady and the vice president and the second lady, they all signed it. So their names are going to fly around the moon on Artemis 2, which is exciting. But I just want to give Colonel Cabana a compliment here, because he did bring this spaceport through a very difficult time. And now it is a multi-use spaceport, and we do have commercial, and we have, in fact, even international launches here. And now we're going to have commercial crew launches. Bob has done a wonderful job transforming this spaceport. That's why we're doing commercial crew. NASA wants to be one customer of many customers. We want to have numerous providers that are competing on cost, innovation, safety, driving down costs, increasing access. But even better today, when I took this job just a few short years ago, our budget at NASA was around $19 billion. The budget request that President Trump gave us for next year is $25 billion. We are in a great, great position because the president is committed to space exploration. Of course, he's committed to the Space Force. We haven't had this much support for space since John F. Kennedy, and we've got bipartisan support. Everybody wants to see the Artemis program be successful. Everybody wants to see not just the next man, but the first woman on the moon, and that's what we're building here.
Yeah, it's key to it all is that bipartisan support, and of course, what the work that Bob's been doing here. You can see the commercial activity all around this place. We're going to get to some questions on social media real quick that our audience wants to find out. So the first question is from James on Twitter, and he asks, what is the hardest part of going to space? We're going to have to give that Question to Bob.
Well, Daryl, nothing's hard if you prepare for it. And what we are afraid of is stuff we don't have knowledge about. And that's what we do when we learn how to be astronauts. We train, okay? You spend a long time as an astronaut candidate learning. You spend a long time preparing for a mission. For an International Space Station mission, training around the world on all the different modules and everything, it's like 2.5 years of training before you get on orbit for that time to actually do your work. So I'd have to say the hardest part is the preparation for it. But you are so prepared when you go. You just have total confidence. You know that you are very well trained for what you're going to do. You have an outstanding team on the ground supporting you. And that is so important to have that ground support as you climb into that vehicle. You know that they've done their very best to ensure your safety and a successful mission. But after that, it's a piece of cake, except no simulator on Earth can prepare you for what those guys are going to feel. It's better than a cat shot off an aircraft carrier.
I believe it. Maybe one day I'll get to try. The commercialization effort means we want everybody to be able to fly into space. That's the goal.
It's a great point about preparation, because that's not the highly visible part. The launch is. And so it's good to know that all that preparation leads to that confidence. By the way, just an update operationally, they're getting ready to close the hatch door. You can see on your screen there, the workers there are getting ready to get that closed, and working on that right there with Doug Hurley and Bob Binken on the inside of Crew Dragon. Our next question is from Mathis on Twitter, and he asks, what kind of operations will the astronauts do between the liftoff and docking with the International Space Station? I know you pay a lot of attention, Jim, to the operations, especially of this mission. What do you know about that?
So there's a number of things. The first thing that they have to do is, of course, we've got a number of burns to get in phase with the International Space Station. We've got some boost burns as well. We're talking about, operating the rocket engine to get in alignment with the space station. But I'll tell you, the biggest thing that we need the astronauts to do once they get on orbit and before they dock is rest. We need them to eat. We need them to rest. We need them to be prepared for that docking. Once they are in the range of the International Space Station, they're going to start maneuvering the spacecraft themselves. Not automatic, but they're going to do it themselves. They are, in fact, test pilots. And as test pilots, they will test fly this vehicle to make sure that it operates as advertised. And of course, then they will dock with the International Space Station. And a unique capability here is it's automatic rendezvous and automatic docking. And so we're going to be able to see that for the first time as well.
That's going to be exciting to see. Thank you for sharing that with us. Jim Bridenstine, Administrator of NASA, Bob Cabana, Director of the Kennedy Space Center. Thank you both for joining us. And we're going to send it back to Marie in the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, Daryl and Mr. Bridenstine and Mr. Cabana for joining us. You can see some clouds starting to gather over Launch Complex 39A. We're keeping a close eye on weather. Again, 50% chance of launching today. We just got to see what the weather's going to do. A little bit ago, we heard the crew complete their comm checks live on the air. We saw their seats rotate. That helps get them into a little bit more comfortable position for the G-forces during launch. And more importantly, it helps them be in a better position to interact with the screens in front of them. They completed their suit leak checks. We saw during the interview just a few minutes ago the hatch begin to close. And so inside the white room there, the pad closeout team is in there still doing some work. That hatch closes, it's not as simple as just closing a car door. There's a process to seal it and check it and make sure that everything is sealed properly. Right, Lauren?
Yeah, that's correct. If they haven't already started, one thing that will be coming up next is the leak check. What they'll do is they'll attach a piece of ground support equipment. They don't have it in their hands right now, so it looks like it hasn't started yet. There it is. You can see it there. The closeout member number 5, it's already attached to the side hatch mechanism. And what they'll do is they're essentially checking for the leak rate. And they'll hold pressure there for a few minutes and then track that change in pressure over time to make sure that it's within bounds, making sure that you don't have any issues with those O-rings there that are holding that pressure. And so once they complete that leak check, they will then do what is the called the installation of, or the final installation of the SPEP, or side pressure equalization plug. That's basically a plug that once the capsule splashes down, what you'll do is actually remove that, and what it does is equalizes pressure across the hatch. So once that thing is plugged in, you know that everything is super tight and that you shouldn't have any leaks on orbit.
One of the other things that I think is pretty cool about Dragon, you can kind of see them on the edges there are some of the windows. And I know that Dragon started out as cargo, it was cargo Dragon. You have your cargo version, and before you moved on to the crew Dragon version, but you even had windows on the cargo version. Can you explain kind of why that was?
Yeah, the very first cargo Dragon that we ever launched had a window over the hatch, over the side hatch. And the reason we did that is we always envisioned Dragon to ultimately be a crewed vehicle. So even in the beginning, for the very first vehicle we ever made, which didn't even really carry much cargo, we put that window there, and it to us symbolizes what Dragon's purpose has been all along. You know, taking those steps, starting off with the CRS program and resupplying the space station with experiments and food and crew provisions for the astronauts on board, to now putting putting NASA's astronauts in our own vehicle. It's that natural progression to what we were aiming for the whole time.
And Leland, what's your take on the touchscreen technology? We saw a little bit about that. Obviously, this is a very different kind of look than what we saw during the space shuttle.
You know, it's the future. I mean, we had our LCD displays, and we had lots of buttons to press, and valves and switches. And I think this new technology will allow us to get through procedures much more much faster, because we had paper flight data file that we're having to turn to different pages and get to things. And I think this will make it much more efficient to go through your malfunctions and your procedures with the touch screens. And I think having the gloves, being able to touch the screens and work within the gloves, everything's kind of sleek and efficient. There's not a lot of wires and things hanging off, and their knee boards, you can see their knee boards on their left knees. So that's for some extra little notes and things.
The hatch is closed now.
There's some commentary.
We are ready for the post-ingress briefing when you are ready to copy.
And we just heard confirmation on the loops that the hatch is closed. So that is a little bit ahead of schedule.
We are motivated to go today.
We're ready. Go ahead.
Okay, on the weather, we still have some rain showers moving through the area, but we do have a reasonable opportunity today, so we are proceeding into the count. We are going to take a look at both pad and ascent track weather at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, and the next decision point will be prior to prop load.
Okay, we copy.
And on the vehicle health front, both F9 and Dragon health remains nominal with no items of note.
So we just heard the weather is still iffy.
Good news. Thank you.
The weather is still iffy.
This concludes the post-ingress brief. Report when ready for comm checks with Falcon 9 operators.
We are ready for the F9 operators.
Copy. Expect that shortly.
So when we hear that chatter pick back up, we're going to quiet right down so that you can listen into that along with us. But we just heard them discussing the weather briefly, still keeping an eye on that. But the next decision point is going to be before prop load. So we're going to press forward for now and then reevaluate before they start fueling the rocket. But in the meantime, it sounds like Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon are healthy. So the vehicle's in good shape, right? It sounds like kind of a little bit of a repeat from Wednesday, that we're just keeping an eye on the weather at this point.
You can see on their left legs, well, in that previous
And
image,
Dragon SpaceX comm checks with F9, you can expect it in about 1 to 2 minutes.
Dragon's ready.
all right, on their left legs there, they have these satchels that are strapped to their legs. Inside are some crew provisions, including these tablets that you see that they have displayed there.
You say, Lauren, those are tablets versus just knee boards that you can write on?
Or the tablets are inside.
Oh, they're inside.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And so when would they pull those tablets out to use them?
During the mission,
Okay.
while on orbit.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's coming, if the background noise is coming through over the air, but we hear the rain really picking up outside the studio here. So I'm kind of wondering if Bob and Doug are hearing the sounds of the rain clouds opening up over the pad. Looks like it's still kind of patchy out there. But again, we were following some thunderstorms that look like they may be making their way over here. It kind of looks like it's raining from that view. It's a little bit hard to tell through the haze.
All right, launch is now just over 2 hours away. Tahira, you are there with the social teams. Now that the hatch is closed and the rain's picking up and all kinds of exciting things are going on right now as we count down and get into the last 2 hours of the count, I bet things are getting pretty interesting on social media.
Hey, Lauren. I mean, yes, they are. So many different things are going on right now. And I think people online are just wondering what's going to happen with today's mission. I have TweetDeck open right now, and it is just scrolling with the conversation of people around the nation talking about today's launch attempt. We also just checked viewership, and we are now up to 1.4 million people watching this live broadcast. So really hope things look good with weather. And on that note, let's take a look at some of the things being said on Twitter right now. So it looks like, oh, we just have some more future astronauts. I really love seeing the young generation just getting mobilized, getting excited about today's mission. Looks like we've also got some Godspeed and safe travels for both astronauts today. Really do wish them the best of luck on the second attempt. Hope it happens. Some throwback photos, all from people visiting NASA centers, and also just let's do this. I love this can-do attitude, and I just love seeing that people are still keeping the energy alive for today's launch. So there were obviously some disappointing reactions to Wednesday's scrub, but let's take a look at how people are getting excited for today's attempt. Let's roll.
Ready for takeoff. Ready to launch America. 3, 2, 1, go! Ready for liftoff? To infinity and beyond.
I mean, how fun is that video? I think I will definitely have to attempt the worm after this, but just really glad to see everyone in good spirits leading into today's second launch attempt, and I really hope everybody will have something to smile about. And with that, let's head back to Lauren. Lauren.
Thanks, Tahira. So it looks like people are pretty stoked about today's attempt. Please continue to join the conversation by using the hashtag LaunchAmerica across all the social media channels.
Yeah, I really love seeing the little kids get excited. I know my 3-year-old is super excited. She's got an astronaut sleeping bag and
Really?
she loves to climb in it. Yeah, it's the body of the bag is a spacesuit, and then the head is empty where the pillow is. So when she gets inside, it looks like she's got a spacesuit on. So she loves it.
That's the inspiration for that next generation of explorers going to take Doug and Bob's place one day. And I think we have some people out there that are so interested in our conversation about the worm and the meatball that they've created something called the worm ball.
What?
Yeah, I was checking my email during that because I emailed you guys the worm ball, and I was like, what is this? I'm having a hard time seeing it, but what is the worm ball?
So it's a NASA meatball, which is, what it should be.
Yes.
Okay, look at
Okay,
it. There it is.
all right, thank you. I need a visual.
So they took
Okay.
the angular NASA logo and put in the worm inside of the meatball. Can you live with that, Lauren?
You know what? That's a beautiful compromise. I'll take it. I'll take it.
It's a nice marriage of the two.
Oh, I love you, man.
Yeah, truth.
Truth.
And There is another live look at Launch Complex 39A, and we have had the opportunity to share with you a lot about the SpaceX Crew Dragon sitting on top of Falcon 9, a lot about the crew themselves, and the significance of today as the official return, we hope, of human launch capability to American shores. But we would be remiss if we did not explain why this pad 39A is hallowed ground.
Where go, same tide, where go. Altitude, velocity, light.
Many of NASA's storied missions began their daring journey from the exact same spot on Earth. Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center. This massive structure of steel and concrete has cradled rockets and guided each on their fiery ascent to space for over 50 years. There can be no launch without a launch pad, and this hallowed ground has a history greater than any other. Having evolved and been reshaped for each new era of space flight, it's alive with a heartbeat as strong as the first. Launchpad 39A came to life under the direction of project engineer Harry May as NASA ramped up its efforts to achieve an unprecedented calling.
Why, some say the moon. Why choose this as our goal? And they may well ask, why climb the highest mountain?
In 1962, Earth-moving machines sculpted its massive pyramid base to a height of 40 feet. Then, concrete was poured to hold it in place. To launch the world's first moon rocket, engineers cut a flame trench nearly the length of 2 football fields down the middle of the mound. It was then lined with heat-resistant bricks to deflect 7.5 million pounds of earth-rattling thrust, first felt on Apollo 8. Less than a year later, Apollo 11 launched from Pad 39A. And hundreds of millions of people around the world watched as it landed on the moon 3 days later. Nearly a decade after this Apollo era, 39A again took center stage with a new, one-of-a-kind spacecraft, the Space Shuttle. Millions of pounds of additional steel for service structures transformed the look, but not the purpose: human spaceflight. In all, 82 space shuttles blasted off from 39A until the very last.
Start. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. All 3 engines up and burning. 2, 1, 0. And liftoff, the final liftoff of Atlantis. On the shoulders of the space shuttle, America will continue the dream.
Roger, roll, Atlantis.
With the fleet retired, demolition crews removed the shuttle-era hardware to clear the way for NASA's monumental decision to lease this historic launch site to the private company SpaceX. Today, its sleek and modern design supports a family of rockets that has advanced the commercial age of American spaceflight. Now, 50 years after it first sent humans to the moon, this historic spaceport stands ready for the next wave of human exploration.
And we're looking live again at Pad 39A. We're looking at the pad closeout team. You can identify them by their numbers there. And we heard confirmation of the hatch being closed just a few minutes ago. So again, things a little bit ahead of schedule. When I say ahead of schedule, I don't mean the launch time is changing. I just mean some of the specific milestones in the timeline. Those times are a little bit flexible, but that launch window remains instantaneous at 3:22 this afternoon. And Leland, you know, we just saw a piece about the history of Pad 39A.
All stations, Chief Engineer, on countdown 1 for comm check with the crew.
We're going to pause for that comm check.
Falcon 9, guidance, navigation, and control.
Dragon GNC on countdown 1, comm check.
GNC Dragon, we have you loud and clear.
GNC loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the propulsion engineer.
Dragon prop on countdown 1, comm check. Prop Dragon, loud and clear. Prop loud and clear. Stand by for comm check with the avionics engineer.
Dragon, avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
Avionics Dragon, loud and clear.
Avionics loud and clear, stand by for comm check by ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Ground segment Dragon, loud and clear.
Ground segment loud and clear, stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Launch control Dragon, loud and clear.
Launch control loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
Dragon, chief engineer on countdown 1, comm check. Chief engineer Dragon, we've got you loud and clear, Bala.
Chief engineer, loud and clear. This completes the Falcon 9 responsible engineering comm check.
And we just saw a thumbs up from Doug Hurley. We listened to a series of comms checks there, and so everything.
Chief engineer on Dragon to ground. Loud and clear on Dragon to ground.
Loud and clear. Well, good luck, and let's see if the rain clears up.
That sentiment is shared by all
You
here.
can do it.
Copy that.
So Bob and Doug, along with the launch teams and all of the rest of America, hoping the rain clears up here. But as far as comms checks go, everything sounded pretty normal, pretty nominal there. So we're just waiting on the weather to clear up. But again, there's a live look at Launch Complex 39A, the site of 82 space shuttle missions where they began. And of course, Apollo, the first mission to the moon, Apollo 11 lifted off from 39A. And Leland, you were just 5 years old when that happened. Take us back there.
Marie and Lauren, I was 5 and I was the antenna engineer during the broadcast. I was the kid standing behind the black and white Sylvania television holding the rabbit ears, and my dad said, move to the left, move to the right. And I was trying to look around the television to see what was going on, but they said, no, don't move, stay there. So I never actually saw the actual landing on the moon, Neil and Buzz walking on the moon. And the next day, all my friends in my community were like, yeah, you want to be an astronaut? We just had this momentous thing. And I said, no. I didn't see it. I want to be Arthur Ashe, because Arthur Ashe trained 5 blocks down the street from where I grew up. And my dad talked about his excellence, his perseverance, his athleticism. And so it wasn't until I got to NASA, working as an engineer at NASA Langley, that a friend of mine said, you'd be a great astronaut. And I just laughed at him. And I didn't fill the application out. But another friend of mine got in, Charlie Camarda. And I said, if he can become an astronaut, I can become one. So I applied the next year and I got in the 1998 class. And I think about this again, storied legacy, Pad 39A. I was there in 2008 and 2009, Space Shuttle Atlantis, the last one that came in with Doug and the rest of the crew. And it's just an amazing time to see this new era with Lauren, with your SpaceX Crew Dragon about to take off.
I never heard that story.
I've got a million stories. A million stories.
Wow. It's so cool that you do have a lot of these kids that are watching today who have never seen a flight, a human space flight from KSC before, and this is their first time. And I'm trying to remember back. I grew up in the shuttle era. And I grew up in Los Angeles, and I remember sometimes when the shuttle would land at Edwards Air Force Base, you'd hear those sonic booms, and you hear the double sonic booms in school, and we all just knew, oh, that's the space shuttle. It was just a thing. We just knew about that. And it did make me sad that there's like an entire generation of kids who didn't grow up with that experience. And I'm just so proud that, today, hopefully we get to provide that for kids and hopefully have more and more of these launches to the point where it becomes routine, hopefully never
Right.
boring, but routine.
And
Yeah.
there's talent in every zip code. So you have to make sure that every kid has the opportunity to do these types of things. If they believe in themselves and we give them the right tools that they can use to be in STEM fields. And, we have a very diverse group of people up here working together to get Bob and Doug off safely. And I think more people that see this type of diversity will have a chance to say, I can do that too.
Yes.
Absolutely. And, we have a lot of kids watching today, and we have an opportunity to hear from another really awesome role model, especially for the little girls in the audience. So we want to throw it over to Gary in Houston to talk to a very special astronaut standing by there. Hi, Gary.
Hi, Marie. I have the distinct pleasure of being joined by one of NASA's record-setting astronauts and a recent resident aboard the space station, Christina Cook. Christina, thank you for joining us.
It's great to be with you today.
Christina, we're coming up on 20 years of continuous human presence on the International Space Station, and you were one of those humans. What's it like to see a new milestone like this launch unfold after so much history already?
You're right, so much history indeed, and it's just been great to watch it all unfold. I think for me, the most exciting thing is how NASA is not only innovating in what we do, exploring the universe, pushing the boundaries, getting knowledge on the space station, bringing it back to Earth for benefits here, but in how we do it. We're innovating in the implementation of those goals and of our mission. And what that means is that bringing in the private sector, bringing in a commercial space economy for low Earth orbit means space is going to be more accessible and more innovative. And it's just an awesome new era of history to be able to witness.
You hold the record for the longest single stay by a female astronaut in space. What's it like living aboard for so long?
Well, it is truly a privilege every single day. I have to say it's a beautiful thing to look down on the Earth and to be able to kind of contribute to a space program that you yourself have held in such high regard your entire life. I would say that the biggest challenge going into sort of those longer times is remaining vigilant. The engineers make it so easy to live on board the space station. Sometimes you forget you're actually surrounded by such a hostile environment. So remaining vigilant both day to day to have that appreciation that you wake up with every day, and then also being vigilant, knowing that things could take a turn for the worse at any time, and you have to be ready to react to that. So it's a great privilege, but it also comes with great responsibility.
You came to NASA after the days of the shuttle program and you flew on the Russian Soyuz. What does it mean to have this private capability to fly astronauts to the station?
Well, I think it's just a great innovation in terms of our partnerships. When we started out, it was individual countries pursuing space exploration. We brought in the international aspect of it, and now we're really folding in that commercial aspect, bringing the innovation of all of our American industrial power and recognizing that the more partnerships we have, the more accessible, the more innovative space exploration can be. So it's an awesome time, and it brings with it so much more capability into the program as well. So it's not only how we're doing it, but it's what it brings.
We're looking forward to having this transportation from private companies. How does it help you do your job in space?
I think one concept that we have in NASA for safety and to mitigate risk is called dissimilar redundancy. And here now we're bringing up a whole second way of getting crew to the International Space Station and getting cargo, last minute cargo. So we're increasing how much science we can do on board the space station by twofold. We're increasing how we can, our options for getting items up, stowage items, supplies, provisions, science experiments. So we're really just banking on the extra redundancy to make the program that much more robust.
We're watching Bob and Doug go through the final phases of preparing for this launch. What's going through your mind so close to liftoff?
Oh, it is such a great day indeed. It's interesting because I think it's not so much what is going through your mind, but what's not going through your mind. You're not thinking about all the things could go wrong. You're thinking about enabling success by doing what you've been trained to do. One of the things we have is that on launch day, astronauts are sometimes the most calm people in the room. And I found that to be true on my launch day too. I think it's kind of this career culmination of everything you've learned, everything you've dreamed of, and you know that it's coming together in that day and that you're going to finally do what you're prepared to do, execute the mission, and it just really brings a sense of calm and readiness.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook, always an honor to hear from you.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
Well, once Bob and Doug arrive at the station, NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy will be ready to welcome them on board. So in anticipation of their launch, he had this message for them.
Hello, everyone. I'm astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of Expedition 63 on board the International Space Station, flying 250 miles above the Earth. Like you, I'm excited about today's launch and the possibilities it will bring to America and to the world. But also, I'm very excited that two close friends will be arriving and joining the crew. I had the privilege of flying with Doug Hurley on both of our first shuttle missions back in 2009. Together, we came to the International Space Station and helped construct the amazing facility that it is today. Although this will be my first mission with Bob, it was my honor to follow him as the chief of the office when he left back in 2015 to begin training for this amazing mission. Personally, I've been very fortunate to fly in two different spacecraft. Launching from America on the shuttle, and most recently launching from Kazakhstan in the Soyuz. But I can't tell you how exciting it is to know that we're once again launching Americans from the coast of Florida. And finally, here's a story I'd like to share with you. Back in 1981, John Young and Bob Crippen launched on Space Shuttle Columbia, the very first space shuttle flight, marking the last time we flew Americans on a brand new vehicle. With them, they flew an American flag, representing America's technical prowess.
Roger roll, Atlanta.
30 years later, that same flag was flown to the International Space Station. This flag remains here today, waiting for Bob and Doug. Our flag means so many things to our country, and this small piece of America represents what we'll be able to achieve together. We'll never stop exploring. And so Bob and Doug can take this very special flag home to Earth, where it awaits its next journey to the cosmos. In a few years, the First Orion crew will take this flag with it around the moon. All of this starts today. I'll be watching outside the window along with everyone else in America and around the world. I can't wait to look out the window and see my friends on close approach. Go Falcon 9, go Dragon, and go Bob and Doug. I'll see you soon.
And there again is a live look at Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we are T-minus 1 hour, 41 minutes, 58 seconds and counting from liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket carrying Crew Dragon with astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley strapped inside. We can see some raindrops on the screen there. It looks like rain coming down at the pad, but we're still monitoring weather, and it sounds like there's going to be another decision point before they start fueling the Falcon 9 rocket, which is scheduled to happen at about T-minus 35 minutes. So we just heard a little bit about where they're headed. If the weather cooperates today, to the International Space Station. Leland, you've been there twice, and I know just from what you've told us, it's this Leviathan in space and the site of so much important work and partnerships happening.
Right. Chris Cassidy is up there floating in the Columbus laboratory that I installed, or our team of us installed on STS-122. And I think about, using this robotic arm that was made in Canada. The European Space Agency built the Columbus laboratory, and my job was to use that arm and attach it to the International Space Station. And as it was getting closer and closer, the motion just stopped. And I'm like, what is going on? And there are 4 ready-to-latch indicators that have a very slight spring force that I was moving so slowly with the hand controller, the translational hand controller, that spring force stalled out the motion. And Peggy Whitton was behind me, and she said, Leland, there's some commentary. Weather update, I think.
Go ahead, Zach.
Hey, Doug, we're still waiting for a weather update expected at 18 Zulu. Therefore, the next assessment will be closer to the propellant load time. We are currently no-go on launch weather, but we are showing an expected clear of 1830 Zulu.
Okay, copy all. Thanks for the update.
So we just heard if they were to launch right now, the weather would be no go. However, it sounds like there may be an opportunity if the weather clears, as it sounds like they expect it may. So again, we're gonna keep listening as we continue talking. If we start to hear any kind of chatter, especially if it's about the weather, we're gonna do our best to quiet down so that we don't step on that and everyone can hear it along with us. But Leland, you were just talking about the work on station and Peggy Whitson was getting ready to tell you something.
Well, so the Columbus laboratory is stalled out. It's about to be attached, and there were 10,000 people waiting. Their job security depended on me installing this thing properly.
Right.
And Peggy said, Leland, push just a little bit harder on the hand controller. And all 4 ready to latch indicators went green. And I was like, yes. And that was our primary mission objective. But that paled in comparison to what happened next. Peggy invited us over to dinner in the Russian segment, and we had this meal with people from all over the world, Russian, German, French, African American, Asian American, this diversity that we talked about earlier. We're up there breaking bread at 17,500 miles per hour while listening to Sade's Smooth Operator.
What?
It blew my mind. It was Smooth Operator, right?
What an appropriate song for this
I know.
job too, right?
Wow, does she know? She knows
Oh,
now.
yeah. And Dan Tani actually changed the song from Smooth Operator to Arm Operator. So you see Arm Operator.
Love it. Love it. And Leland, you actually, we were in another taped segment when you got a text from Drew Foystel. Can you share that with us?
Yeah, Drew Foystel, his good friend, just sent me a text saying that the families say hello to all who are watching and thank the nation and the world for their support and interest. And Chris Ferguson just actually sent me a text. He was the commander on STS-135 and one of my classmates from the 1998 class. And he says, way to go, Godspeed on Crew Dragon.
That's awesome. It's great to hear those words of support. Thank you guys for watching and everybody following along at home. I mean, the COVID-19 situation has been just a tough time for people stuck inside, homeschooling their kids, still trying to do their jobs. And so it's really cool to be able to watch this happening. And we see the pad closeout team. Looks like they are getting ready, or they've left the white room and they've already come down the crew access arm. So they are getting ready to leave the pad now. And we are going to go now to the Operations and Support Building 2, where Daryl Nail is standing by with NASA's Chief of Staff to talk to us a little bit about some of NASA's ambitions beyond the International Space Station and its work with the Commercial Crew Program. Daryl?
Yeah, that's right. We're here in the mission briefing room at the top of Operations and Support Building here, where there's a lot of important people that are gathering to watch the launch here. And one of those people is not me, by the way. One of those people that is important is Gabe Sherman, NASA's Chief of Staff. We appreciate you being here.
Hey, thanks for having me, Daryl.
You got kind of the insight of what's coming down the pike here at NASA. So of course, today is Commercial Crew. We're focused on that, seeding the commercial market. But what's off in the horizon for NASA?
Well, I'll just tell you, it's an incredibly exciting time to be at NASA, and you know this. I mean, you're here every day. But whenever you think about what we're doing with Commercial Crew, in the horizon in July, we're launching Mars Perseverance, which is just going to be an incredible thing for us. You look at the end of this year, SLS, the largest rocket in the world, is going through testing right now, going through green run testing, and we're hoping maybe by the end of the year we could even get it right out here to the Cape, which would be just an incredible achievement for our team. So there is no shortage of things to be excited about at NASA right now.
And it feels like everything is really starting to happen here recently with everything that you just mentioned. And if we get that first Artemis launch, that could be right around the corner as well.
Oh man, we're looking at I think late 2021 is what we're looking for. And so you think about SLS potentially moving from the green run to the Cape. You've got Orion finishing up its last little bit of testing. It moved from Plumbrook earlier this year, our station up there in Ohio, down to KSC. So we're looking at checking it out throughout next year. And hopefully we'll have the first integrated flight of SLS and Orion at the end of 2021. And I'm telling you, that is going to be a moment.
That will be exciting.
Yeah.
And there will be a thunderous boom right here at the
Yes.
Kennedy Space Center. So with Mars as the end goal, how does all of this get to that end point?
You bet. No, and I think that's what's so important about the Artemis program, right? Our long-term vision is to get to Mars. But, when you think about Artemis, everything that we're doing at the moon is helping us learn, prove out capabilities and technologies, work through the right mission durations, understand how we utilize the resources of the moon potentially to go further onto Mars, so the technology, the science, the exploration, architecture that we're putting together, each and every piece of it is helping us learn a little bit more, prove out a little bit more so we can take that next giant leap to Mars. And so everything that we're doing at the moon helps prepare us to move on to Mars.
How about the activity in low Earth orbit, like Commercial Crew, which is happening today?
Yeah.
How does that help us for missions to the moon?
Yeah, I think anytime you're launching humans, you're learning, right? And you're taking what you've learned and you're moving it forward to the next mission. But I think it's really about the business case. If you think about what Commercial Crew is, it's NASA moving from owning and operating hardware to buying a service, right? And if you remember, just a few weeks ago, we awarded 3 contracts on the human landing system to commercial companies. And so we're hoping that we move to a day where we're actually buying a service to get our astronauts back and forth to the moon. So actually enabling the commercial market to go from low Earth orbit all the way out to lunar orbit. And so Commercial Crew is a great proving ground for that, helps us prove out that business case, build those partnerships, and then we get a feed forward to the moon. So it means a lot. This means a lot as we move out.
And it's really exciting when you talk about the Commercial Crew, the commercial aspect going to the moon, and those partners. They're going to be studying those landers to see if they are viable for NASA?
Yeah, working through a tremendous process with the commercial providers and NASA engineers, going through initial designs right now, looking at the capabilities that they've proposed, and then trying to make decisions on which landing system goes early in 2024, which landing systems are better prepared for sustainability out in the later 20s. And so that is going to be an ongoing process throughout this year and moving into next. So it's going to be really exciting to kind of see what comes out as, hey, this is the lander that's going to take the first woman and the next man to the moon in 2024.
Right, so different than the time of Apollo when we went to the moon, and that program ultimately came to an end. The idea here, though, is to try to create some sustainability. Talk about that.
Right, and sustainability, you can get to sustainability if you have reusability, right? And that's what we're seeing with Commercial Crew for sure. But whenever you think about our human landing system, you're looking at a system that we put out there at the moon once we get to sustainability, and it's going back and forth, taking multiple trips to the lunar surface, back up to Gateway, which you're familiar with, is kind of our smaller space station we're going to put in orbit around the moon. So we are building an architecture that is going to enable reusability at the moon. Apollo never had that. And so whenever you think about driving down cost and increasing access, reusability, sustainability are critical.
So you get to see everything from a very high level at NASA. What's it like for you personally, I'm curious, to be here at the Kennedy Space Center to watch a launch and to just see this amazing facility where all of this activity happens?
Yeah, I think sometimes people think since I work at NASA, I'm around this stuff all the time. I'm not, right? I don't get to come down here nearly as often as I'd like. So it's just as exciting for me as it is for anybody else in this room. When you think about all the hard work that our team has put in to get us to this day, to actually come down and be a part of it with them is it's just overwhelming and incredible. So we're just a little bit excited.
All right, Gabe Sherman, NASA's Chief of Staff. We appreciate you joining us today and enjoy the launch. I certainly know you will if we were able to get that one off. We're going to toss this back now to Hawthorne, California.
Joining us now is SpaceX's Lars Blackmore to discuss SpaceX's future ambitions to visit the moon and Mars. Thanks for joining us again today for a second round.
You're welcome.
Could you tell us just a little bit about your background and what you do here at SpaceX?
Yeah, well, I'm in charge of entry and landing for Starship, which is SpaceX's next rocket after Falcon 9. And before that, I worked for many years on the same thing for Falcon. So hopefully today you'll see another one of those landings on a drone ship.
Awesome. And speaking of that, what role does reusability play in getting people to the moon and Mars in the future?
Well, it's really all about making human space flight affordable. And what you want for that is a 100% reusable rocket. Now, Falcon is only partially reusable, but Starship is going to be 100% reusable. And we've actually already started working with NASA on using Starship to send astronauts to the surface of the moon for the first time since 1972. Not only that, Starship will be refuelable on orbit. And the combination of those two things will let us send people basically anywhere in the solar system with more payload for less money than I think people have really been contemplating. I think for the first time, we can seriously talk about things like lunar bases, or what SpaceX cares about most, a self-sustaining civilization on Mars.
Right. So what you're saying is I will have an opportunity soon to get on board one of those spaceships.
I very much hope so. Yeah.
So speaking of reusability and landing, I know you mentioned Starship will be refuelable in orbit, but Falcon does come back and land back on Earth. What are the challenges with actually landing on the moon and landing on a planet like Mars?
Yeah, well, you can't land like a plane, because the moon and the Mars either have no atmosphere or have a very thin atmosphere. And even if you could, there's no runway that someone's built for you. So that's one of the reasons that we do propulsive landing on Falcon, because we want to figure out how to do propulsive landing. That fundamental architecture works on basically any planet. If you have no atmosphere like the moon, you do a propulsive landing burn all the way. If you have a thick atmosphere like Earth, you let the atmosphere slow you down as you float down, then do a short landing burn at the end. And for Mars, which has an atmosphere but a very thin one, you do something in between the two.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds really difficult. And I'm sure there's been a lot of effort put into that. Can you tell us anything about what we're working on now to get us to a point where we can do a landing like that in such a harsh environment?
Yeah, so figuring out propulsive landing is really the key part of it. But what people may not realize is that every time we bring Falcon back, we do something called an entry burn. So just before we hit the atmosphere, we light the engines to slow the rocket down. That happens high up where the air is very thin. And it just so happens that the conditions there are very similar to what a Mars landing burn would look like. So even though it takes months to get to Mars, and you can only do it every 2 years when the planets line up, we effectively get to practice Mars propulsive landing every time we bring Falcon back, including hopefully today.
Wow. And as you mentioned, every time we bring Falcon back, we learn something new. Can you tell us a little bit more about what we learn after the vehicle has returned and we're able to check out the vehicle?
Yeah, so Jessica actually mentioned this earlier, that I talked about how cost is really one benefit of reusability, but reliability is the other benefit. I mean, imagine that you do all this planning to send a rocket up through the rigors of launch and re-entry, but you don't get to see the rocket afterwards. And what we would like to do with reusability, what we've been able to do with Falcon 9, is see the rocket, inspect it, and because of that, we've been able to correlate our models pre-flight to what actually happens when you launch, re-enter, and land a rocket.
Right, instead of just guessing what happened to the vehicle after it's left. That is amazing. Well, thank you again for joining us today for a second round. Hopefully the weather works with us today in a couple hours, actually. Let's throw it back to KSC with Marie.
All right, actually, we have Lauren here. Now, today's mission opens up the door to one day allowing the general public to be able to visit places like the moon and Mars. And as you've heard through several interviews today, reusability is a really, really important part of that. Imagine if every time you flew a plane from LA to New York, you threw it away at the end of the flight. That means essentially airline travel would be too expensive, costing hundreds of millions of dollars a flight, and almost no one would be able to fly. And so that's what SpaceX is trying to do here with reuse, allowing not just a handful of people to be able to go to space, but tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of regular folks like you and me to be able to go to space. So, myself, when people like me have a chance to go, I know my dream is to land on Jupiter's moon, Europa. Scientists believe that there is a liquid water ocean underneath the ice and that it has the potential to be habitable. And so I'm super excited to get up close and personal to maybe some space fish. Leland, what about you? Where would you go?
Wow, that's a pretty interesting destination. I think I would like to go to Mars. We've studied Mars so much and looked at it, and I think maybe having a Martian base that is dog friendly, bring the pups along, because I think as we explore, we want to take our families, our cultures, our traditions, with us, and flying with Doug and Bob is cool, but having more people, yeah.
There's
See,
the dogs.
the
We
puppers,
love
taking
the
the
dogs.
puppers to space. I mean, you know, they're not
They
only,
look ready to go.
they are
too.
ready to go. We just needed maybe some like SpaceX type suits for them, you know. But it's that's what it's all about, exploration. Like the settlers going west, you know, they took everything with them and they started these new communities and these new traditions. And I think that's what we do with space travel. We start new traditions and communities and bring everyone together as one family, one civilization.
Absolutely. We're here for it. And knowing that the opportunity to fly to space as a private citizen is really just right around the corner, we have a new poll question on Twitter for you. If given the opportunity to fly to the moon, now we're talking the moon, would you fly to the South Pole where no one has ever been, or would you go to the Apollo 11 landing site? So those are going to be some interesting answers.
And while there is not a ton of cargo on today's mission, Dragon is carrying two very special payloads, aside from Bob and Doug, of course. The first of those payloads is a series of custom art pieces entitled Humankind by Los Angeles artist Tristan Eaton. These indestructible double-sided paintings made from gold, brass, and aluminum celebrate how far humanity has come, as well as how far we still have to go. It includes a beautiful homage to the Saturn V rocket, as well as a nod to Bob and Doug's current ride to space. And you can find more images and information about these pieces on SpaceX's social channels. Next, in the spirit of inspiring the next generation of explorers, we wanted to celebrate the class of 2020, from kindergarten all the way to graduate school. So SpaceX and NASA invited students from around the world to submit their photo to fly on America's first human spaceflight in nearly a decade. Each graduate's photo was used to create a mosaic image of our beautiful planet Earth, which we printed, and it's now being flown aboard Bob and Doug's flight on the Crew Dragon spacecraft. We received nearly 100,000 photos. That's a ton. So thank you and congratulations, graduates.
Yeah, I've got a couple of family members and friends who submitted their photos.
Oh,
So they're
wow.
super excited about seeing their faces go to space in that beautiful mosaic. That was really
great.
cool.
And again, that's what it's all about, you know, everyone coming together with their experiences and bringing them forward to space. And I think regular people flying to space, I mean, SpaceX is going to be flying, you know, non-government people, non-military people, but people that have a desire to explore and do new things and traditions off planet, as we say sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, all this time since we've had the International Space Station, it's been government astronauts performing the research because you're the only ones we've been able to send, right? But
Well,
I
we've had
mean,
some tourists though. We've had people that paid their way on a Soyuz rocket
sure,
to
sure.
go, but it's it's really the billionaire boys club. You know, that's what Pharrell talks about with, you know, it costs so much money to go to
Right.
space, and I think that price point will come down as we make this more, you know, more amenable for everyday people.
Absolutely.
And then eventually being able to fly artists and musicians
Yeah.
and poets, people can tell the story of what they've seen out there in a way that really connects to the soul of people down on Earth so they feel inspired to go.
Exactly.
Now, following today's mission, we will be one step closer to a future where we can all have that opportunity to gain the orbital perspective and explore new worlds. In just over an hour from now, Bob and Doug will be the first people to launch on an American vehicle in almost a decade. And for the SpaceX team, if I can try to speak for all of us, which is impossible, but I will say it has been an absolute honor to have the opportunity today to have this stage to show the world what we've poured our hearts into over the years with our partners at NASA. And it's just deeply humbling to know that the agency and that Bob and Doug have entrusted us with this critical mission. The responsibility that's on our shoulders is huge, and we're just so grateful to be here today.
Absolutely. And I know that, you know, our NASA teams really share in that sentiment. We heard from just a handful of them earlier when Bob and Doug were riding out to the launch pad, but there's so many people that we're probably never going to see or hear from on the public stage, but that have poured their hearts and souls, as you said, into this mission. All the engineers up late hours, checking, double checking, triple checking everything to troubleshoot and solve problems and get us to this point. So it's just really awesome that we've made it to this point.
When you think about legacy, Katherine Johnson, who helped get John Glenn to space, her daughters are watching right now. And that, again, that legacy going forward to the future of space travel
is
powerful.
Wow.
And we heard from two icons of science and exploration on Wednesday, and we couldn't resist sharing these shout outs with you one more time.
Wow, we're making history again. The NASA program. I am there with you guys in spirit. Bob, Doug, good luck. I know you'll be fine. I'll be watching and got everything crossed, arms, legs. I'm tied in a knot. Can't wait for you to get back safely.
This is the first time a U.S.-built rocket has taken people into space in 9 years. It's quite an accomplishment. So for us at the Planetary Society, more rockets means more exploration. More people in space means more exploration. More countries involved in the endeavor of spaceflight means more exploration. This is how we know the cosmos and our place within it. So congratulations, SpaceX. Here's wishing your team, and the crew especially, a safe journey and the joy of discovery. Let's go.
So great to hear from William Shatner and Bill Nye, two very recognizable faces following along on the mission.
Yeah.
And we want to go over to Dan and Jesse in Hawthorne, where we are now just 1 hour and 18 minutes from launch. Dan, Jesse?
Hey, thanks, Marie. Yeah, 1 hour, 18 minutes. I think we're tying ourselves in knots, just like Captain Kirk. We're really hoping the weather cooperates. In about 20 minutes or so, we might clear. So we're getting hopeful. We're getting our hopes up.
Yes, yes. Very excited. Again, we're T-minus 1 hour and 18 minutes from launch, and the anticipation is real over here. Since arriving at the spacecraft, Bob and Doug were helped by our closeout engineers to get into their seats, attach their suits to special umbilicals that provide breathing air, pressurized nitrox, and a communications link to Dragon systems. They conducted leak checks, which were successful, and communications checks with the Corps here in Hawthorne, which is the person who will speak to them directly throughout the mission, as well as the launch director in Florida. This is where they are checking their comm path through both ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites that we'll use to talk to the crew the entire way to the station.
And after all of those suit leak checks were successful, the closeout team was able to get out of the Dragon capsule and seal up that hatch, which also got its own leak check and was confirmed successful. At this point, the closeout team is out of the pad. They're away from the BDA, the blast danger area, and weather operators are about to kick off their final checks on wind speeds at the pad, which are going to be used during the final go, no go for launch. So we're all keeping eyes on the weather right now. Before we get to that final go, no go, all the various teams, both NASA and SpaceX, are going to do internal go polls, just making sure conditions are right with Falcon 9, the Dragon, the crew, the range, and the space station before the final go is given. So let's check back in with the man over in Houston, Gary, for a status and the team supporting the space station for their readiness for launch.
Thanks, Dan. The team here in Mission Control Houston remains go for launch. We're also very hopeful about that weather. All systems on board the station that are required to be healthy for this mission are continuing to look good. Chris Cassidy is wrapping up his workday, and we'll Doug launch here in just under an hour. So station power and communication systems are normal. Computers and networks used for monitoring Dragon's approach have been checked out, and the cabins and the station cabin's atmosphere and pressure are as expected and ready to welcome 2 new crew members aboard. Mission Control will be closely monitoring Bob and Doug's flight and checking off milestones for most of the flight, and this very same team will be coming back tomorrow to be ready when Dragon gets in range of the International Space Station and we begin integrated operations and prepare for Dragon's docking. So I'll send it back. International Space Station team here is ready for launch. Go Falcon 9, go Dragon, and Godspeed to Bob and Doug.
All right. Thanks, Gary. If you are just now joining us, you picked a really good time. We're just a little over an hour to launch. And welcome to our coverage for the mission known as Demonstration Mission 2 or Demo 2. Liftoff time still holding for 3:22 p.m. Eastern. Tracking no issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon. Everything good with the range so far. We're just really keeping an eye on that weather. Over the last 3 hours, our crew members, Doug Hurley and Bob Benkin, donned their SpaceX suits in the historic crew quarters suit-up room. After that, they walked out of crew quarters, just as every astronaut to fly from space from this port has done since Apollo 7. And and then they were transported over to the pad where the crew members entered the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft that we're looking in live.
Today is a historic launch. It will be the first time a commercially built spacecraft will launch people into orbit, and the first time the U.S. has sent people to the space station from American soil since 2011 with the retirement of the Space Shuttle program. Over the next hour, we will conduct a series of polls to get ready for launch, have Bob and Doug arm the launch escape system, and begin fueling Falcon 9. Launch is set for 3:22 p.m. Eastern. This will include a 12-minute flight to orbit and then a 19-hour flight to dock with the International Space Station tomorrow morning.
Today's mission is the culmination of years of work between teams at SpaceX and NASA. Demo 2 is going to be an end-to-end flight test starting with this launch today, going on to dock with the space station tomorrow, and then splashing down at the end of their mission. And this is going to be the final test for NASA to certify SpaceX for regular crew flights to the space station.
We've been hearing a little bit from the crew on board Dragon, which you can see on your right screen. They are currently strapped into their seats and already through communications and leak checks. They're able to follow all the milestones still ahead on those display panels just above them, getting insight into all Dragon and Falcon 9 systems as we proceed towards launch. So at T-minus 1 hour and 13 minutes, let's check in with John I for a status update on the vehicles. What's the update, John?
Thanks, Jesse. Well, not much to add to what Dan and Jesse just brought up. We've had a smooth countdown this afternoon. SpaceX team is working no issues as the pace begins to pick up here in the last 70 minutes. On Falcon 9, we did get the team on console. Earlier, you heard the comm checks between the responsible engineers and the crew. The engineers will be making calls on ascent for the crew's benefit, so they want to make sure that they could hear them before we go. The propulsion checkouts of the first and second stages are beginning right now. We're watching them begin to go through the process, opening valves. That check will go for about another 10 minutes, and that'll be our last one until propellant loading. Now, the team will assess readiness for launch with a final go, no-go poll at T-minus 45 minutes, and that'll be followed by propellant loading starting at T-minus 35 minutes. Now, earlier today, Dragon operators also performed a series of checkouts of Dragon's flight systems. The spacecraft is also currently go for launch. Our NASA crew, astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, are currently inside Dragon. The hatch is closed. The SpaceX ground crew has left the tower. The next major event for Dragon is retract to the crew access arm that you can see currently alongside the capsule. That'll happen somewhere between T-minus 45 and T-minus 42 minutes. Now, the range is currently clear for launch from historic Pad 39A. The worldwide network of ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites are ready to support Dragon as it heads into orbit. The weather, that's the one concern. We will get a weather brief at T-minus 1 hour, so just under 12 minutes from now. Currently, the ground and upper altitude winds are go, so that's one thing that we can check as green. At the current time, we did have some rain earlier that appears to have let up, but we are red on conditions for both the electric field at surface levels, lightning, and cumulus clouds. There is a expectation that a forecast that'll be coming up at about T-minus 1 hour also may give us clearance of those conditions. So everything is focusing now on the weather brief at T-minus 1 hours. Also, we should hope to hear about the final check on the ascent corridor. That's the weather along the Atlantic seaboard in case Dragon had to abort on the way to space. The conditions there have been marginal, but the expectation that it would be good for launch. But we will get all of that coming up here very shortly prior to entering propellant load. Now, today we are aiming for a launch at 3:22:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, or 19 hours, 22 minutes, 45 seconds Universal Time. Once we begin loading propellant, there's no opportunity to change T0. So once propellant is loading, we're committed, and we'll get one chance at it today. But currently at T-minus 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds, everything except the weather is go for launch.
Thanks, John, for that detailed update. We've got an extensive history now of flying Falcon 9 from the Florida coast, and just last year completed a test run of the mission. We're less than an hour from beginning here today.
The purpose of that mission was to demonstrate Dragon's capability to safely and reliably fly to and from the International Space Station. The success of Demo 1 was a really exciting moment,
Falcon
paved
9,
the way
Roger,
for
bleed
today's
is starting.
mission to where we are today. And right now we're getting ready to fly U.S. astronauts from U.S. soil for the first time since 2011.
Dragon and Falcon 9 together have years of operational experience, or what we refer to as flight heritage. As I mentioned earlier, SpaceX has successfully completed 21 flights of Dragon to and from orbit since 2010, including 20 trips to the International Space Station. Not only have we conducted thousands of hours of testing, we've also enhanced and added a number of safety features to Dragon.
Much of what was learned with the cargo Dragon was leveraged in the design of this new vehicle. It's fully autonomous, which means it can basically fly itself, but also features that full manual override capability just in case of emergency.
Many of the other enhancements help towards SpaceX's goal of reusability and less refurbishment time between missions. So let's take a closer look at these advancements.
Standing at almost 27 feet tall from the very bottom of the trunk to the very top of the nose cone, Crew Dragon's comprised of two main elements. You have the capsule, which is designed to hold crew and pressurized cargo, and then you have the trunk, which holds unpressurized cargo as well as having a solar array and radiator.
And the nose cone at the top of the capsule protects the docking system as well as the guidance navigation control system, or what we call GNC. The nose cone opens for docking and remains attached to the Crew Dragon spacecraft, and that's unlike the previous version of Dragon, and that helps towards our reusability efforts.
Completely opposite the nose cone is that trunk. It has attachment points for Falcon 9, the Dragon capsule, and it can hold cargo. On the very outside of the trunk, one half of it contains a radiator that rejects heat from the active thermal control system into space. That's the white part, and that uses SpaceX's new pico tiling technology. The other half contains the solar cells used to charge the spacecraft's batteries.
And though we only have 2 astronauts on board today, the spacecraft is actually designed to accommodate up to 7 crew members with modular seats that can be removed and replaced by additional cargo. The seats are made of carbon fiber and are custom sized for any crew member flying on board.
The control panel centered right between the pilot and the commander seats and has those 3 touchscreen displays that gives the crew insight into Dragon and even the ability to operate the vehicle and fly it manually.
And finally, our Super Draco launch escape system is a key safety feature of Crew Dragon, giving the crew the ability to safely escape from the time of launch all the way to orbit.
And as we look to the future beyond this test flight later this year, the first operational crewed mission for NASA will take place. NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins.
Try to review your launch commit criteria and indicate readiness at the appropriate time. Step 5469 for propellant load and launch.
That's a good sign. That was the launch director. We're getting ready to pull the teams as we move towards that go, no go for propellant loading, which happens at about 45 minutes before launch. But back to our Crew 1 mission, NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, and Shanna Walker, and Suichi Noguchi of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, were chosen to support this mission. Again, it's called Crew 1.
But today, Doug Hurley is the spacecraft commander for this mission. He previously flew on 2 space shuttle missions as the pilot on STS-127 and STS-135, which was the final space shuttle flight. Here's a closer look at Doug Hurley.
Excited?
Very excited. Yeah, very excited.
You feel ready? Still pumped?
Oh yeah, I think we're ready. I think we're certainly ready.
Joining the SpaceX Demo 2 test. He is a Marine Corps colonel and test pilot. He was selected as an astronaut in 2000. He piloted Space Shuttle Endeavour and Atlantis for STS-135, the final space shuttle mission. Introducing NASA astronaut Doug Hurley.
It's a life-changing process in so many ways to fly into space. It's just overwhelming in some respects. Just the sensations, the rumbling, the shaking, the acceleration. My name is Doug Hurley, and I'm the spacecraft commander for the Demo 2 mission to the International Space Station. This will be the first time the Dragon had a crew on board, and so there's a myriad of objectives we want to achieve for this mission. What would work on orbit, what might not work on orbit, what would definitely work, to be able to just have the entire integrated team that's going to support us getting to and from space station. It was really neat being part of it. You know, we are the lucky ones that get to fly it, but we certainly not for 1 second take for granted the amount of effort that so many other people had to put into this to make it successful.
For Doug personally, he's worked so hard, I mean, through his entire life, to get to where we are right now. As a test pilot, this would be the dream, to fly a new vehicle. So it makes me so happy to see that he gets to be part of this mission, the spacecraft commander. I'm just glad to see his hard work and his dream has come true for that.
It's been a long road in a lot of ways for not only us, but certainly for all the folks that work in the commercial crew program, as well as SpaceX, in our case, just working to get to this point.
And we're a little over 1 hour, 3.5 minutes away from launch. Now let's learn a little bit more about the man sitting next to Doug Hurley inside Dragon, NASA astronaut Bob Behnken.
My career at NASA has kind of spanned a couple of decades at this point. I arrived with the class of 2000, went through the training program, primarily focused on the space shuttle and the International Space Station, learning those systems. Having launched a couple times on vehicles, you know, the second time was definitely different than the first time. You can feel a little bit guilty of, hey, should I study one more thing? Or is there one more piece of information I should get? Am I really prepared or not? So that's definitely different between where I was on my first flight and where I'm at right now.
For me personally, as a spouse, watching everything that Bob has put into this over the last 5 years, the dedication that he's shown, the perseverance is pretty special. For both of us, though, the way our minds work, it won't be until sort of the mission is complete that you have really a chance to savor it and celebrate it. This is a huge accomplishment for an Air Force flight test engineer to be part of the demonstration mission of a brand new vehicle. It's going to be amazing.
Without a partner that has that same appreciation, I think it can be challenging for some folks. There's a lot of work and a lot of time that takes away from family that that my spouse appreciates, and I love her for that. On a deeply personal level, I'm really excited that my son is get to get a chance to see me launch into space. Being an astronaut has been a little bit of an abstraction thing for him because he's seen me do it in old videos, but he hasn't seen me do it for real. And so I'm excited for him to see this launch. Really, my role on the Demo 2 mission is to make sure that we get this vehicle tested and evaluated so that we can move on to more operational missions at the International Space Station. We've got a lot of objectives on board the vehicle that we need to accomplish to really make sure that it's good to go. We'll make sure all those systems are working during the test flight so that the future missions will have them available even if they don't plan to utilize them. Through years of the NASA team helping to share that experience and teaching them the lessons that we've learned by going through this, now there's another capability in the U.S. besides NASA to operate something of this magnitude. I want to thank the entire commercial crew program team that's worked together to get to this point where we've got vehicles and a launch pad ready to head to the International Space Station.
If we look even further into the not-so-distant future, flying on a mission to space will be an option for more people as SpaceX plans to also fly private astronauts on board Dragon. Earlier this year, SpaceX signed an agreement with the space tourism company Space Adventures to fly up to 4 passengers on an orbital trip aboard Dragon as early as next year. And of course, it's NASA that is making private astronaut missions to the space station a possibility. We are looking forward to these missions, and we hope that you guys are all too.
All right, we are just 20 seconds away from T-minus 1 hour. This is going to be a really big moment that everyone's going to want to listen to. We're expecting a weather update, obviously hoping that the weather is improving. And so we should find out in the next 10 seconds or so. So we're going to stand by for a moment and wait for the Corps to give Bob and Doug a call, and then we'll all hear the latest.
SpaceX, we're at T-minus 1 hour. You are go for section 6. When ready, report go for launch.
We'll put it in work.
And that right there was a call for the crew to refer to some of their procedures. They do some final checks. You can see them checking harnesses, checking helmets, just making sure that they're strapped in and ready to go. And once they're done with that, the crew will report their readiness for launch.
SpaceX Dragon in 6.4. Bob and I are go for launch.
Copy, go for launch. And next up will be go no GoPro at T-minus 45.
Dragon copies.
All right, the crew is go for launch. So we are inside of 1 hour, still waiting for the weather update. But I mean, this day is one for the history books. We're returning crewed launches to station from American soil on American rockets. It's been almost 9 long years since we retired the space shuttle program. I remember that day. I'm going to remember this day. It's been a long road to get here, countless hours by thousands of dedicated professionals from NASA and SpaceX.
It's been an exciting week, but this last final hour is just so exciting right now. Today's mission will be Crew Dragon's second test flight and its first test with humans on board. It's been an awesome countdown so far. Weather, we're still waiting for that update, so it's still a watch item, but the crew is go for launch. So at T-minus 45 minutes, hopefully we'll get an update on that weather.
We've had a really clean countdown so far. It started with suit up just over 3 hours ago. The SpaceX team helping Bob and Doug put on their suits, conducting initial checkouts, including an initial pressure and leak check before they got to the actual walkout. And all of that done in that operations and checkout facility. The crew walkout was where Bob and Doug gave their final goodbyes to friends and family gathered outside the operations and checkout building before they began that roughly 20-minute ride to pad 39A. Really touching moment, saying goodbye to their family, both their wives and sons right in front of them.
Yeah, very touching moment.
It's incredible to be able to watch these moments.
And as they got into their Teslas, we got to watch them ride all the way to the pad, and we got some great footage there. As you can see on your screen, this is some playback from earlier of them getting into those Teslas, about to make that drive down to the pad. And once they got to the pad, they did take a minute to take in the sights, and they headed up the fixed service structure to begin the process called crew ingress, where Bob and Doug entered. And there you can see on your screen as they're coming through the crew access arm, entering the white room right before they are able to ingress into the vehicle there. Again, this was from earlier.
Yeah, this all from earlier. And as we said, that white room, the last place on planet Earth, they're standing before they climb into Dragon for the ride uphill. SpaceX carrying over a tradition that NASA had where that was traditionally the room from Gemini, Apollo, and the space shuttle, that last place. About 30 minutes ago, we're back with some live video here. The team was able to close Dragon's hatch with Bob and Doug safe inside. So we are under an hour ago. Things are going to pick up as we get close to that go, no go to begin propellant loading and then arming the launch escape system.
The crew pull for readiness was completed at T-minus 60 minutes, and the Dragon pull for prop load is coming up here in just about 30 seconds at T-minus 55 minutes. And then following that will be T minus 45 minutes will be the internal mission control Hawthorne pole and then the launch director's pole for propellant loading. When we get to about T minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm will retract and Bob and Doug will get the call to close their visors and arm the launch escape system. This is the automated system in place that can fire the 8 Super Draco thrusters on Dragon to quickly separate the crew from the rocket, either on the pad or during the flight on the ride uphill.
And then once we reach T minus 35 minutes, propellant loading for the Falcon 9 will begin. We got there on Wednesday. We got all the way down to about 17 minutes before launch before we had to cancel because of weather. But we're optimistic right now. Conditions have been improving. And so we're looking to press ahead once again into loading fuel onto that Falcon 9 rocket. Throughout the countdown, we've been getting some incredible views of the astronauts inside Dragon, just making all of their final preparations, some close-up views of their suits and on the displays as they just are strapped in and ready for launch. The teams often describe the suits as an extension of that Dragon spacecraft. You can always think of it as a mini spacecraft inside of a spacecraft. It's got all of the life support, everything that they need, just like the capsule
See
itself.
on countdown 1, technical poll is complete. No constraints to proceed into launch escape system arming and propellant load.
And there's that call out that the crew is ready. They are ready to load prop onto Dragon. So we are pushing forward towards T0. And while those suits do look great, they are also engineered to connect directly into Dragon seats to provide communications, cooling, and the ability to pressurize if necessary.
All right, well, we did get the call out that the technical teams on the ground are ready for launch escape arming and propellant loading. Again, things starting to pick up, things really starting to feel real. Let's jump down real quick to the team at Kennedy, see if you guys are just as excited. I can't sit still right now. It's starting to feel real.
Yeah, it's hard to sit still in here, right, Leland?
Rocket fuel going through my veins still.
I know. It's so awesome when we see them sitting there in their suits. We're less than an hour away now. So far, things look like we might make it. We might make it. So I want to ask you what it was like the first time you put on a spacesuit when you knew you were going to space.
Oh, that was February of 2008. We were in the ONC building getting the pumpkin suits on. A little bit different than the SpaceX fly SpaceX suits, but it was kind of surreal, and to think that all of these. I took 10 years of training to fly in space. It took me 10 years from when I got in the Corps in 1998 to flying in February of 2008. So it was a long road to get there, but it was so worth it and so sweet. And learning how to use the green apple, the connections for oxygen, for cooling, much different than these suits that we have here with SpaceX. And so it's a lot more complicated to go through that whole series of things that you have to do to make sure you're safe in the suit. But we've evolved, we're ready, and they look so cool and calm and collected in their suits and in the vehicle. They're focusing and getting ready to fly in space.
And there's so much excitement around the center. I know, Leland, you've been getting some messages. You got another message from another astronaut.
Yeah, Sunny Williams. Okay, so Sunny,
She's
Lauren,
kind of the best.
she's
Sunny is
she's
awesome.
a commercial crew also.
She was
flying-
one of the
Yeah.
original cadre. She was one of the
Right.
original 4 who trained with Bob and Doug from the beginning of the commercial crew program.
and she's one of my classmates. Look at her there. What is she
There
wearing?
she is. Hey,
The
Sunny.
meatball.
I forgive you, Sunny.
No, she had the worm one on Wednesday, so she wore the meatball today. So
She's
it's
the
a,
best.
but now she can wear the worm ball. I guess.
Yes.
The worm ball, yeah, she can mix it up. But yeah, Sunny's awesome. She's training to fly on the Boeing Starliner in the not too distant future. So really glad she's watching and showing some love. So thanks a lot, Sunny, for sending that note. And again, we're looking at a live view of the Crew Dragon on top of a Falcon 9 rocket. You can see the crew access arm to the right of your screen. That's the hallway that Bob and Doug walked down to get into the White Room, which was the last place we saw them standing up before they climbed inside Dragon. And again, a wider shot there of Launch Complex 39A, where we are inside of an hour from liftoff. And I think we're just a couple minutes away from the poll we're going to hear before they start propellant load. Again, a 2-stage rocket there. And gosh, you guys, the weather looks not that bad. I mean, Obviously, that is not an official forecast, but it doesn't look quite as bad as it did Wednesday. We've got a little bit better odds. So there's the countdown clock. We're
To helium.
going to pause to listen to that comm. If you're just joining us, we're less than 50 minutes from the scheduled liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket carrying Crew Dragon. And if we start to hear any kind of update on weather or polling, we will pause to listen in for that. But if things go as scheduled, we should be hearing the launch director verify go for propellant load at about T minus 45 minutes. So we're going to send it over to Hawthorne to carry the ball. John Insprucker or Jesse, are you there?
This weather is go at this time.
Dragon copy, go weather.
And there you heard that call out. So far, we have good weather. We are go for launch today. This is getting really exciting. I don't know about you, Dan, but my heart is beating pretty fast right now.
Yeah, we've been waiting for those words since Wednesday.
Oh,
and
yeah.
we did hear a call to the crew, just in case you missed it, that they were only tracking one final weather constraint. It was the cumulus cloud rule. They were expecting it to clear up within 10 minutes, and it's cleared up now. So we are currently go on weather.
Yes, and it's been pretty incredible to be so close to launch, and the road leading up to this point has been pretty incredible as well.
It has been. It's been a partnership between NASA and SpaceX. We've been working together since SpaceX started flying cargo to the International Space Station, now getting ready to launch crew. And we've been really fortunate to work with not only a lot of international partners on the International Space Station, but a lot of
And as
really
a reminder,
great
here in
companies.
the control room, we'll be closing doors here once we start with propellant load. Any last minute bio breaks, please go ahead and accomplish those in the next few minutes.
And the launch director just getting the teams ready. We'll be coming up on that propellant loading again. That starts at about 35 minutes prior to liftoff, so in about 12 minutes from now. There's going to be a go, no go coming up really soon. So let's go over to our man, John I, for the latest. John?
T minus 47 minutes, 24 seconds. We're continuing to count down. As you just heard, the launch director and launch team are preparing for the readiness for launch poll. Now, the launch director is currently checking with Dragon mission director, NASA launch manager for their readiness. And actually, it sounds like everybody is good there. The launch director will then ask the team, he'll tell them the poll is open, and the 13 members of the SpaceX launch team will be electrically polled for their go to load propellant, as well as continue all the way to launch. Now, we will hear that poll results and a briefing from the launch director at about T minus 45 minutes. The good news right now is that the weather is go. All the conditions that were read shortly a while ago at T minus 1 hour have cleared. We're, as the weather forecaster said, cautiously optimistic. Currently,
Countdown.
the probability
Poll is complete. We're go for propellant load.
Well, we got an early call out there.
And launch control clear to retract the access arm on time. After that, arming access arm retract at T minus 45 minutes.
Got an early call from SpaceX launch director Mike Taylor that the poll is go. You also heard the direction T minus 45 minutes to prepare for retract of the crew arm. As we hear more discussion, we'll stop and let you listen in. But right now, weather for liftoff, ground level winds are good, 10 to 15 miles an hour, well within limits. Upper altitude balloons show that conditions are acceptable. The red weather conditions have cleared up, the last one being cumulus clouds. And the probability of violation is set at 30% right now. So that's 70% chance of good weather. We're continuing to watch. There is about a less than 10% chance of lightning. We're also watching the abort corridor off of the Atlantic coast. In case, for example, at stage separation, Dragon had to abort into the ocean. The conditions there are acceptable. There has not been lightning lately. The weather, winds are good, light rain. It is go, but NASA is going to continue to watch those conditions.
T-minus 45 minutes and counting. Reminder on hold and launch escape protocol. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD, and they will approve aborting launch auto sequence and proceed to launch abort. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will immediately abort the launch auto sequence and proceed to the launch abort auto sequence. Operators shall also advise launch director whether structural break or fire is imminent or occurring for Dragon manual escape flight rules. A reminder on fire alarm instructions. In the event of a fire alarm, key operators previously briefed will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personal safety is threatened, evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. At this time, weather is go for launch.
You can see on the screen, we're inside T-minus 40, we're T-minus 44 minutes, 5 seconds. Crew access arm retracting away. SpaceX launch director is given the final brief to the crew. And we will be beginning propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. So right now on Falcon 9, we're ready to get into propellant loading. Dragon, crew, getting configured, set up. The arm is pulling away. The range is go for launch. They continue to monitor the air and the sea space. Everything looks good. And we finally have gotten green across the board on the weather conditions, but we can't take a deep breath quite yet. We're going to have to watch the weather all the way down to T0, both here at Kennedy Space Center and out in the Atlantic in the abort zones. Now, earlier we saw many of you following the launch from the United States on our hotspot map. Now that we're inside an hour, we're seeing large numbers of folks logging on, tuning in from coast to coast and around the world. So we'd like to know, is this your first time watching a launch live, not counting Wednesday? And if not, how many have you seen before? Tell us using the hashtag LaunchAmerica from your favorite social media platform. And with that, at T-minus 42 minutes, 50 seconds, conditions are go, and we are counting down for an on-time launch. Let's send it back over to Kennedy Space Center as the action begins to pick up on the pad.
Dragon, SpaceX, you are go for section 7, close visors and arm launch escape system.
We will put section 7 in work, visors come and close.
All right, the countdown clock is continuing to tick. My heart is continuing to beat 5 million beats a second, and we are getting so close.
SpaceX Dragon in 7.2, visors are closed. We're arming launch escape system.
Copy.
And as you just heard, the crew is arming the launch escape system. That is one of the absolute last big milestones prior to liftoff, other than nominal Falcon operations.
So just a minute ago, we saw the crew access arm retract, and obviously we just heard on the comms, Bob and Doug getting ready to arm the launch escape system. And so that is something that protects them all the way to orbit. So when fueling starts at about T-minus 35 minutes, so just over 6 minutes from now, they will have the capability to abort, to separate from Falcon 9, either on the pad or even after liftoff. That's a critical safety capability. And we are going to go over to Hawthorne now to take us through these next minutes. Jesse?
Section, switch into nitrogen.
We did hear that call out that they are arming the launch escape system, so very exciting. SpaceX has designed Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 to be the safest launch system ever flown. So we brought back Nick Picone, SpaceX's Nick Picone, to talk more about this again. Thanks for coming back and joining us today, Nick.
Hey, Jesse, happy to be here. Still monitoring the launch here with our recovery and ground operations teams.
Awesome. And Nick was our mission manager for our in-flight abort test earlier this year and now works on the Starlink team. Nick, on Wednesday, you talked about the launch escape system. Could you just give us a brief summary today for those that are joining today?
Sure. So the launch escape system, again, is our ultimate safety feature to keep Bob and Doug safe in the event of a major Falcon anomaly on the pad. The system is designed to automatically fire if either vehicle detects a dangerous condition developing. And if that happens, Dragon will use its 8 Super Draco engines to push the capsule off and away to a safe distance away from this Falcon. This capability is absolutely critical. It's what keeps the crew safe, and we're now active and armed on the pad with it protecting the crew.
And as you mentioned, the launch escape system allows the Dragon to separate and get away from the vehicle. I believe it goes into the ocean. What happens after it lands safely in the ocean?
Correct. So for most of our failure modes, the successful end state is Dragon deploying parachutes, splashing down safely in the ocean. But since a launch escape can happen while the vehicle's on the pad or anywhere in flight up through orbit, it could be splashing down right off the coast of Cape Canaveral. It could be splashing down thousands of miles away in the North Atlantic. If that happens, to make sure we can get to Bob and Doug as quickly as possible, the Space Force's 45th Space Wing, Task Force 45, has pararescue teams staged and ready all around the world, ready to drop in and rescue Bob and Doug as soon as possible.
And you mentioned that the launch escape system will keep them safe all the way up to orbit. What other options are there after Dragon is in orbit?
Sure. So if for any reason we're unable to dock to the International Space Station, we have several pre-planned return trajectories, which will bring the capsule down to a splashdown point close to shore, where NASA and SpaceX recovery forces will be waiting to recover them. It'll look like an otherwise totally normal recovery operation, except for the early end of mission. This operation is something we're doing with one of 2 identical crew recovery ships. We do that because the landing sites, we want to maintain as much flexibility as possible. There could be changing weather conditions that bring down one site and leave the other one up. So we have those 2 identical ships, one in the Atlantic, one in the Gulf of Mexico. And our space operations team can redirect the spacecraft to go to whichever site is the safest option for the crew at that time.
And with the vehicle, in almost any scenario, it sounds like the vehicle will land into the ocean. And it may look like a gentle landing into the ocean, but it's a pretty dynamic event happening. And you mentioned there are teams that are ready to go and rescue the vehicle and the astronauts on board. How do you prepare for something like that, especially with so many different scenarios that could happen?
Sure. So we're lucky to have had about a decade of recovery experience with Cargo Dragon 1 in our previous trips to the International Space Station. That, along with our booster recovery missions, we've got a great team of recovery operators here who have a lot of offshore experience with our spacecraft. The system, though, that we took that experience, we built up a new crew recovery ship, 2 identical crew recovery ships, I should say, which have a lot of those lessons learned baked into the design of that ship and the operations. These new ships have complete medical facilities, an operational helipad, and redundant communications, power, and propulsion to make sure they're robust and ready for anything we encounter offshore. We've also done tons of training exercises with SpaceX team, the NASA team, and the rescue forces I mentioned earlier, practicing capsule recovery, emergency scenarios where we have to get the crew out of the capsule while they're still in the water, as well as those helicopter evacuations, taking off and landing from the pad many times, so that we make sure the team is ready to do that. They're all staged and ready. They feel ready to support, and will be ready to call on us if anything goes wrong today.
Awesome. It sounds like Bob and Doug are in some really good hands and will be safe no matter what occurs on the vehicle. So we're going to send it over to KSC to Lauren.
Thank you, Jesse. So as you just heard, fueling is about to begin at T-minus 35 minutes. We are about 50 seconds away from that. And so we're getting really, really close to the first launch of astronauts into orbit from American soil since 2011. The launch escape system is armed, which, as you know, happens before fueling. And Dragon propellant load, that's the propellants that are inside of the Dragon capsule, not the rocket. Prop load for Dragon took place weeks ago and just a few miles down the road in what we call Dragonland. And those propellants, they are MMH or monomethyl hydrazine, which is the fuel that we use. It's hypergolic fuel. And NTO or nitrogen tetraoxide, that's the oxidizer. Those two come together and they ignite in space to propel the vehicle. You don't need that TTEB or a third thing to ignite because hypergolic propellants don't require it. You just need the fuel and the oxidizer. And as you just heard, propellant load has started on Falcon 9, and that's awesome. All right, so that that bipropellant system feeds all of the engines on Dragon. So Dragon has 12 service section engines in each. So there's 3 in each quad, 3, 3, 3, and 3. Those are used for on-orbit maneuvering for Dragon. There's also 4 additional Dracos that are underneath the nose cone for large Delta V maneuvers that the vehicle will perform. But the engines that Nick Pacone was talking about earlier are Super Draco engines. We have 2 in each quad of the vehicle, so 8 total. And those are bigger engines with a high flow propellant system. And those are what lift Dragon off of Falcon 9 in the unlikely event and of emergency that requires us to get off of Dragon, off of Falcon. Now, you probably remember, let's see, Mercury, Apollo, Soyuz, they have that big pointy tower on top. That's the launch escape system for those vehicles. It is actually just another rocket on top of the spaceship that lifts the vehicle off. In the case of Dragon, our escape system is integrated into the vehicle completely. And so that's just better from one less thing you have to jettison every single flight. But it also allows us to have escape capability from the pad before T0 all the way through to orbit. And so even if the very last minute, if we needed to get off of stage 2 while we're in space, we could actually escape to orbit. So yeah, that's the escape system for little baby Dragon here.
Thanks, Lauren, and thanks for walking us through that, because I think it's really important that people understand that critical safety capability, and that's the whole point when we hear that launch escape system is armed. What that means is that in an instant they can separate from Falcon 9, shoot up into the air, and they can splash down safely in the Atlantic Ocean under Dragon's parachutes. And it was designed to do that. So now that fueling is underway, it's been going on for about 2 minutes now. So they have that safety capability ready to go on standby in an instant if they need it. And so we want to go over to Hawthorne now for an operational update from John Innsbrucker. John?
Stage 2 fuel and stage 2 fuel, all flow rates tracking nominally.
We're at T-minus 32 minutes, counting down. These final minutes, everything's still looking good for Falcon 9 and Dragon for an on-time launch. Falcon 9 did begin propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes at planned. Now on the Falcon 9, we use a fuel and oxidizer as the propellants that power it. The fuel is commonly known as RP1. That's rocket propellant grade 1 kerosene. The oxidizer is densified liquid oxygen, also called LOX. Densified means it is kept much colder than typical for launch vehicles. This allows for more oxidizer to be loaded into the first and second stages. Now with the fuel and oxidizer on hand, we need an ignition source to complete that fire triangle, as we call it. For this, Falcon 9 uses a fluid called TTEB. It ignites in the presence of oxygen and gives off a green colored flame. Now it's hard to see on the first stage ignition due to the water that'll be spraying on the pad, but you might just see the green flare as the second stage engine ignites following stage separation over 2.5 minutes into flight. Now currently first stage fuel tank is about 10% full. The first stage, as a reminder, as you look on the left side of your screens, the first stage is the long white cylinder at the bottom, topped off by the black cylinder So over 2/3 of the rocket is that first stage. So the fuel tank is getting loaded. We're also loading the liquid oxygen into the first stage also. The second stage, which is the top 1/3 between the Dragon and the black cylinder, that's the white second stage. That is being loaded with fuel right now. That's about 8% loaded at this moment. Liquid oxygen loading is going to begin on second stage at T-minus 16 minutes, 30 seconds. Liquid oxygen loading will continue on both stages all the way down to the last few minutes of the count. We're also loading helium into pressure vessels on the stages. That's used to pressurize tanks in flight as the propellant is pulled out by the strong Merlin turbo pumps. On board the Dragon spacecraft, astronauts are monitoring systems while the propellant is loaded into Falcon 9. While we mentioned we had trained them with sounds that we had recorded on board. They've been through most of the propellant load, and they are now experiencing those sounds and vibrations.
Stage 1,
The
cryo
range
helium load
continues to
started.
report no problems. They are go to support launch. Weather, the last of the red conditions cleared up about 15 minutes ago. Everything is marginal but acceptable on the weather. We'll continue to watch all the way through the countdown. Now, as a reminder, today we are now into an instantaneous launch window now that we've begun propellant loading. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we'll have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity tomorrow, May 31st.
Thanks, John. For Demo 2, Bob and Doug's flight to station will take about 19 hours, and their journey is fairly similar to the trip our Cargo Dragon makes back and forth to the International Space Station, but with two noticeable differences, and that's docking and splashdown.
And as we await T-0 in just under 29 minutes from now, the ground operations teams are doing a series of system checks to make sure Dragon and Falcon 9 are both ready for liftoff. And we're continuing to get live views inside the capsule with Bob and Doug, and you're now also looking in firing room 4 down there at the Cape.
Once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon make their ascent until the Falcon 9 first and second stage separates and sends Dragon on its way to the space station.
And at this point, mission operators will prepare Dragon for on-orbit operations, where the vehicle will execute a series of burns that gradually raise its orbit to align more closely with the space station, as you can see in this animation. And just after putting Dragon into the same orbital plane as the station, the teams will get ready for Dragon's approach and docking maneuvers.
The next Dragon will make its approach and actually dock with the space station. And this is a very different process from what we've seen with Dragon cargo deliveries in the past, which use a process called berthing. Berthing requires a spacecraft to approach the station and then stop so a crew member can maneuver the station's robotic arm to capture the spacecraft. Docking on this version of Dragon can be done autonomously with no crew on board the station. It's typically a faster process, both when arriving and leaving, but it does still require pinpoint accuracy to approach safely.
Once captured, a spacecraft that then gets attached to a common berthing mechanism, the same type of port that we use to connect each of the modules on the station together. It's a little bit slower of a process, but the hatches are significantly larger than the docking ports, which makes them perfect for bringing up those really big cargo items.
Dragon will spend up to 120 days docked before preparing to return home. Following successful completion of Dragon's test objectives and cargo loading operations, the crew will close the cabin, perform final system checks, and configure the vehicle for undocking. Once the automated undocking sequence is complete, Dragon will complete 2 departure burns using its Draco engines, pushing it away from the space station.
And then next up on the trip, deorbit entry and landing, or splashdown, which is going to cover all the operations following that final departure maneuver. It's going to include events like the trunk separation, closing of the nose cone, a deorbit burn, and then eventually as they get into the atmosphere, the deployment of the drogue and the main parachutes, and all of that ends with splashdown right off the Florida coast. At that point, teams from SpaceX will move in with their recovery ship, grab the capsule out of the water, and work to get Bob and Doug out of Dragon after a successful mission in space. So we are 26 minutes away from launch. Fueling of Falcon 9 is continuing. Let's check in one more time down with the team at Kennedy. Murray?
All right, thanks, Dan. We are so pumped right now because things have cleared up and it looks like we might actually do this today. If you're just joining us, we are now 25 minutes, 46 seconds, and counting from the first launch of astronauts to the International Space Station from U.S. soil in 9 years. This will mark the beginning of a new era where more people will be able to fly to space than ever before. And we want to share with you the results of a poll we asked a little earlier. If you could go to the moon, now it's not where the astronauts are going today, they're going to the space station, but if you could go to the moon, would you rather visit the South Pole where no one has been before or the Apollo 11 landing site? And it was a pretty even split. We had 46% of you say you would go to the moon's South Pole, and 54% of you would go to the Apollo 11 landing site. I kind of side with the Apollo 11 landing site because I'm a history buff and I want to see where Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin set foot. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Lauren, which place would you go?
I'm with you on that one. And I would love to go see that flag there and those footsteps, those footprints there still be there, right?
They
There's no
should still
wind
be
up
there.
there.
Still be there. Leland, how about you?
I think I'm with both of you because it's just like, the meatball, the classic.
Yeah.
Going to the classic spot. And that's where all of it started. That's where all that inspiration came, even though I was an antenna engineer, not seeing it. But besides that, that's history.
And hopefully maybe it wouldn't have to be one or the other.
That's true.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we're going to learn more from going where we've never been before. And
Exactly.
so we need to go to
Exactly.
the South Pole too. And we are thrilled to see all of you following along online. Thank you for answering our poll. And we're going to go over to Tahira, who's been monitoring all the action with less than 25 minutes to go. Tahira, I'm sure things are heating up online.
Hey, Marie, I mean, you're completely right. Now that we have that go for launch, people are on the edge of their seat right now, waiting on this historic moment to take flight. As you can see, photos are still coming in of just everyone around the country showing their excitement for this launch. And it's really been a touching thing to see how everyone's kept this excitement going from Wednesday's first attempt. So we just took a look at numbers, and we are now over 3 million people tuning in for this historic launch. And so for me personally, I just want to wish Bob and Doug the best of luck. This will be my own first time watching humans lift off to space from the United States, and it's just going to be a super emotional moment. For that, Marie, back to you at Kennedy for these last minutes before launch.
All right, thanks, Tahira. And Leland, we got 23 minutes and some change to go. What do you think Bob and Doug are feeling right now?
I think, they're very calm, cool, and collected as test pilots, but I think they're thinking about what are the steps that I have to take if a malfunction or something happens. And so the nominal stuff is all kind of automated, but if something happens where they have to intervene with those touch screens, that's what they're thinking.
And we're just inside 23 minutes now. So on Wednesday, we were 5 minutes further in the countdown when we heard that call to scrub, and the weather was still very touch and go at this point on Wednesday. But today, it at least for right now, I don't want to jinx it. I'm afraid to even say it out loud, but it looks better today.
Yeah, and it feels like I'm feeling it a lot
feels
more than
right.
I did
It
on
feels
Wednesday.
right.
And speaking of Bob and Doug and them being really calm and cool and collected, haven't had the opportunity to be in meetings with them and to watch them train. I have to say, and to all of my friends who work with them every single day, the feedback is always just what great people they are,
Right.
and just how not just bright and sharp they are, but just good people.
Right.
And around the office, we often refer to them as the dads.
The dads? What
They're
is
the
that?
dads. They're dads. They are dads,
Okay.
and we've met their families. And when you see people on that very personal level, it starts to mean so much. They
Right.
are a part of our team.
Yeah.
They're not a customer. They're our team. They're not a payload. They're our
Right.
team. They're our
Yeah.
family. And so we're just so excited to see the dads up there today.
Yeah. Go
And-
dads.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go send it over to Gary for an update from Houston. Gary?
Hey, Marie, the space station team here is focused. All eyes are on the system checks that are happening across the board, and we're listening in as we close in on launch. And I can tell you that things are looking very good. Chris Cassidy will be watching from the International Space Station right now, flying over the Pacific Ocean. It's heading to cross right over the launch pad. We might even get some good views from the station. Hope to be capturing those. We'll have the launch view and the big screen up front, and everyone's excited to see our 2 crew members on their way to the International Space Station. But before we get to it, I just want to pass on good luck from the entire flight operations community here in Houston. It's always exciting to be doing something wholly new and history-making with station operations, and we can't wait to see our team members Bob and Doug in low Earth orbit and heading to the International Space Station. That's it from us here in Mission Control Houston. I'll send it back over to the team in Hawthorne for the latest happening there. John.
T-minus 20 minutes, 30 seconds. We're
Strong back
continuing
tail
to
started.
count down. Everything is still looking good for launch of Falcon 9 and Dragon. 22 minutes, 45 seconds.
22 minutos quedan.
Stage
Right
2
now on the
RB1
right-hand
mode is complete.
side, you can see a large white cloud coming off of the strongback. That is normal.
A las 3:22 hora de Chile
Second stage with
es
liquid
el
oxygen. We
lanzamiento.
have to chill in the plumbing lines going up that strongback. And so as we relieve pressure, the moist, humid Florida air condenses around it, and that gives you the cloud. So that tells us that things are actually on schedule. We did begin propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. Fuel loading on the second stage, I believe we just heard the call out that it is complete. First stage fuel load is continuing, and right now that's a little more than, that's about 60% of the way full. So things are looking good. Second stage is getting ready to begin the liquid oxygen loading. After they finish chilling in the lines that you see on the monitor, they'll begin the load at T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds. The range right now is go, ready to support. Weather continues to be go. As we inch our way closer, we're keeping our fingers crossed. We're waiting to hear if anybody calls out an issue, but for the moment, as you can see on the screen, it looks good.
Están todos cruzando los dedos, pero dicen que por lo que se ve, parece que está todo bien.
Team there are reporting no issues. They've done their communications checkouts. The crew access arm, as you can see, is retracted away from.
Esa es la cápsula donde van los astronautas.
The crew is strapped in and they are ready to go. Now, final instructions will be going to the crew at T-minus 10 minutes. The crew displays will be configured for launch, and that setup will give astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley the insight into how the launch is proceeding and provides constant updates on vehicle health. We've already heard the crew give their go, close their visors, and get ready for launch. For Dragon, it'll enter terminal count at T-minus 5 minutes. When it transitions to internal power, we'll hear continued call-outs on the countdown net as we get close to 0 and to liftoff. But right now, at T-minus 18 minutes, 15 seconds, everything continues to be go for an on-time launch. So Dan, Jesse, things are looking pretty good. How are they doing over at your stand?
Things are great from about 15 feet away from you, John. And honestly, things are looking pretty great down at the pad there. We're seeing a lot more blue in the sky. Green is the color we want when we're talking about weather, and that's where we're sitting right now.
De momento el clima está súper bien, así que no hay problema para el lanzamiento, a diferencia de lo que pasó el otro día, que por el clima se tuvo que suspender.
It's going to be 12:22 and 45 seconds here on the West Coast, 3:22 and 45 seconds over on the East Coast there in Florida. Just a reminder, it's going to be about a 9-minute ride up to orbit for the Falcon.
Esta es la primera vez tras casi 10 años que la NASA ha dependido de Rusia para hacer su lanzamiento. Así que esta es la primera vez, de hecho, que otra compañía, en este caso SpaceX, es la que va a hacer todo el proceso para enviar a estos dos astronautas hasta la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Following that second stage completing its job, it'll continue to coast for about 3 minutes. It'll do a slight attitude adjustment and null out any.
Esto será lanzado en un cohete Falcon 9, que es propiedad de SpaceX, y va a ser lanzado desde el Kennedy Space Center en Cabo Cañaveral, en Florida, Estados Unidos.
It's about a 19-hour ride if we launch today on time. So that means Bob and Doug will get on orbit.
Vamos a invitar a Blito ahora que se va a unir aquí a la conversación.
Stage 2 lock started.
We hear the lock, the liquid
Blito en este momento.
Again, they're burned on the way up towards the International Space Station 5, spread out over the first 16 hours or so
Hola.
of their flight until they get
Hola, ¿cómo estáis?
closer.
Bien, bien, ¿y tú?
For that approach and
Bien, bien, aquí esperando nomás, ya queda poquito, quedan
with an on-time launch
unos minutitos nomás para que comience ya lo que es el lanzamiento.
Right, now that we're under 16 minutes away, we have a special guest joining us. I'm going to toss it over to Jesse.
Ya los astronautas ya están en posición, ya está todo, el clima está impeque, no hay problema, quedan como cerca de 15 minutos, así que a cruzar los dedos nomás para que salga bien.
President and COO Gwen Shotwell join us. Thanks, Gwen, for coming out and taking a few minutes to chat with us.
Thanks, Jesse.
We know you've been on console. How's the countdown been going so far in there?
Countdown is clean today, just like it was Wednesday. We
Antonio,
did clear the
ahora
weather
sí.
hurdles sooner than we
¿Cómo?
did on Wednesday. And the
¿Me
only thing we're
escuchas?
watching right now is
Sí.
downrange weather and
Mira lo que
lightning
tengo a mi
at the
espalda.
location.
La estación espacial, hacia allá nos vamos, en el cohete.
Hacia allá nos vamos.
Awesome.
En 15
Hacia allá.
minutos. Menos, 11 minutos.
Now I'm going to throw it
11
back
minutos van
to
quedando, queda poquito.
2012 because you were on
Así que
console
están
at
diciendo
Dragon
que
when it was
hasta el
first
momento
making
todos
its way
los
to the
preparativos y
space
operativos que se
station.
han
How does
hecho
that
han estado bien,
experience
así
compare
que
to today?
tanto el clima como los preparativos, estas cosas que hacen, va todo en orden, así que debería funcionar bien esta vez. Pero
Genial,
nunca
o
se sabe.
sea, por lo último que leí estábamos con un 70% de probabilidades de lanzamiento.
Sí, o sea, por el clima, sí, por el clima está bueno.
Una que otra nube loca solo nos podría aguar la fiesta.
A fantastic
Así
job.
que
Awesome. We are all so excited. We
Estamos
know that you have to
compartiendo el
get back
video
inside
por
of Mission
Facebook.
Control, but is there anything that you
no
wanted
sé
to
si
say
lo
before
puso
liftoff
el
to
Julio
NASA and
en
SpaceX?
Facebook, pero estamos en
Well, I
YouTube,
want to
estamos
thank NASA, of course,
aquí por YouTube.
for
De momento solo por YouTube.
their generosity and their
Ya.
help with getting
Voy a ver
to
si
this
lo puedo
place.
compartir, ¿eh?
I want to thank all the SpaceXers who have come together to make this moment in history. And I want to thank Elon for hiring me.
10 minutos.
10 minutos ya va quedando menos. Están todos nerviosos igual, ¿eh?
Oye, esta es la primera vez en 9 años que se lanza un cohete desde Estados Unidos.
Sí, claro, si siempre estaban dependiendo de los rusos para hacer los lanzamientos. Mucha gente piensa que hay como una disputa entre los rusos y los gringos para hacer estas cosas de los lanzamientos, pero eso ya pasó, quedó atrás en la Guerra Fría. En los últimos años son cooperaciones internacionales las que hacen para poder enviar estos astronautas a la estación espacial, así que esta es la primera vez, ya como dices tú, de hace 9, 10 años que van a mandar astronautas gringos a la Estación Espacial Internacional, y lo novedoso de esto es que es por una agencia privada, que en este caso es SpaceX.
Del dueño de los autos eléctricos Tesla Motors.
Exactamente, Elon Musk, el Iron Man de la vida real.
Oye, 15 países colaboraron en la producción, en la fabricación y puesta en marcha de la Estación Espacial Internacional, que es la maquinita que tengo ahí atrás, y es para donde se va esta nave. Se va a la Estación Espacial Internacional, que está a 400 kilómetros de la Tierra, orbitando a 28.000 kilómetros por hora. Sabes que los astronautas de la ISS, la International Space Station, ven un amanecer y un atardecer cada 45 minutos. O sea, un anochecer y un amanecer. Claro, qué romántico igual tener 16 vueltas a la Tierra por día. Cada
16
90
vueltas a la
minutos.
Tierra.
O sea, 93 minutos más o menos. O sea, más o menos cada 45, 46 minutos tienen una puesta de sol y luego una anochecer.
Mira,
La
eso es lo
estación
que,
espacial, claro, la ISS
esa es la que vemos
tiene,
nosotros de repente cuando se mira hacia el cielo, de repente se ve pasar. A veces la vemos de acá de Chile o de cualquier lado, se puede ver, se puede apreciar.
claro, se ve como una luz blanca fija, a diferencia de una estrella, no parpadea, no titila, sino que se mantiene fija. y atraviesa el cielo. Hay varias aplicaciones, de hecho hay aplicaciones directas de ISS que muestran
Te
imágenes
ayudan
desde
a
la Tierra
rastrearla.
cuando hay trabajo ahí.
which signify that they're on the first stage. Those carry
Oye,
them from the Cape all the way up to
estos dos
about
señores que van son los dos norteamericanos, ¿cierto? Son los dos
then we'll
gringos.
have 2A through 2E
Sí,
to
por lo que tengo
2O,
entendido son dos
and that will
norteamericanos,
be
claro.
on the second stage, and that goes from
Estamos a
North
7
Carolina all
minutos.
the way up the tip of
Ya no
New
queda
England,
nada, no queda nada.
so in the northern Atlantic,
Todo
and then
indica
there
que
is
sí
a
va a ser el lanzamiento porque ya lo deberían haber suspendido de
you should hear the call out be something
hacerlo como el
similar.
otro día. No sé a cuántos minutos del lanzamiento del... ¿Cuándo fue esto? ¿El miércoles? ¿Que era el lanzamiento
Sí,
original?
claro.
The
Ujú.
later stages of the
Oye, hay una cosa
second
importante
stage
también
if they have
que
to abort.
no es solamente por el hecho
Prepping you
de
now for
mandar a
some of
dos
those calls. You're hopefully gonna
astronautas
hear that
americanos
about
o norteamericanos
on the way up the hill.
desde
1.5
Estados Unidos
minutes,
como un
things
hito,
are
sino
pretty
que
quiet. As
el
John
fondo de
flies
eso
again, it'll
es
pick
también
up
un tema de costos,
right at
porque
about
cuando los
10 minutes. We'll
lanzaban
wait for the crew
desde la parte
to
con los
confirm
rusos,
that
¿cachai?
their destroyers are in
El
order.
costo igual
Crew's pretty
era
strapped
alto,
in
o
and
sea,
reporting
alrededor de
that they are
80
go
millones
for
de dólares
launch.
solamente por
Continue to
astronauta.
watch the fuel gauges
Y
pick up on
baja
the Falcon 9
muchísimo el
vehicle
costo
until fuel
con
is cut
SpaceX.
off at just about
Y de
2
hecho, por
minutes
eso
prior
está
to launch.
Dragon de
tan
SpaceX
potenciada esta alianza que tiene con la NASA, porque en el fondo le sale mucho más barato, mucho más
La gracia
cómodo
es
estar
que
desde su tierra y envían a los
SpaceX,
astronautas desde el mismo.
ellos reciclan el rocket principal
Exactamente.
o los cohetes principales. Ellos vuelven a la Tierra y se abren y llegan paraditos en el punto exacto donde
Sí,
necesitan que vuelvan.
es increíble el desarrollo tecnológico que consiguieron, porque eso no se había hecho antes. O sea,
Por ejemplo, si
es un
comparamos,
salto tecnológico importante para la astronomía el hecho de reciclar esos mismos cohetes, porque en el fondo significa, obviamente también, en el fondo esto todo siempre va a ser plata. Y para los casos de la astronomía, la plata sí que es importante, o sea, el gasto es bastante grande. Entonces, hacer esto de reciclar y reusar, reutilizar los equipos ya se hace más ventajoso.
esta maquinita costó para estos 15 países un total de 150.000 millones de dólares. Para
Ahí
que te
estamos
hagáis
hablando
una
de
idea,
plata.
o para que los niños en la casa se hagan una idea, los niños más grandes, esa es la mitad de la plata que hay en todas las AFPs de Chile. O sea, de que todos los chilenos tenemos la AFP, no
Es la
alcanzaría
mitad de la
para
plata que nos han robado en la AFP.
con toda la plata que hay en la AFP nos alcanzaría para hacer 2 estaciones espaciales internacionales. No somos tan pequeños. Bueno, sí, el presupuesto del Estado chileno es alrededor de 77.000 millones de dólares. O sea, con el presupuesto de 2 años podríamos parar
Concluir, claro.
ese es el costo aproximado, 150.000 millones de dólares para cuando esté terminada, porque esto es un proyecto que lleva 20 años y aún quedan varias partes más. De hecho, los canadienses crearon un brazo que está en la estación o sea, en la Estación Espacial Internacional. Digámosle ISS nomás.
Sí,
A los amigos. Crearon un brazo mecánico que tiene como 9 codos. Entonces este brazo se puede mover para todos lados y creo que mide algo así como 40 metros. Entonces, esta la gracia es que pueden operar en varias partes, como una super grúa.
Ajá. Ya estamos a ¿cuánto? 3, 4 minutos de que comience el lanzamiento. Ahí a los astronautas moviendo los brazos, ya están como expectantes para comenzar el lanzamiento, así que vamos a ver si podemos traducir lo que va diciendo la señal principal para ver en qué están.
Escuchemos.
Ya que va quedando tan poquito. Y se quedaron callados.
Oye, esto es histórico porque es primera vez que se une la Agencia Espacial Norteamericana, la NASA, con una empresa privada. Y
Efectivamente, sí.
De cierta forma es como un gol que hizo SpaceX después de tantas pruebas, tantos lanzamientos, tantas fallas también, que los consideraron. Pues. Si, lo que te iba a decir es que si comparamos la Crew Dragon, la que vamos a mandar ahora, con las naves Apolo, por ejemplo, esta nave es como un 60, un 70% del tamaño de la otra. Y el presupuesto también anda por un quinto de lo que costaba en total enviar una de las otras naves.
Imagínate, claro.
Un
Ahora el
20%.
proyecto lleva muchos años desarrollándose y el fondo de esto también es para futuras misiones de vuelos comerciales, para enviar turistas al espacio, porque ese es el fin de esta empresa de SpaceX, pero también están otras, está Boeing, incluso está también, está la de Jeff Bezos, que si no me equivoco, ¿cómo se llamaba? Se me fue el nombre, pero es la otra,
Amazon.
Orígenes. Sí, el dueño de ese. Tiene otra compañía también que también quieren hacer lo mismo. Virgin Galactic también tiene esa intención. Yo creo que en una década más seguramente estaremos viendo eso. Ya el turismo espacial ya más desarrollado.
Ojalá, de todas
Este es
maneras
como el
podemos
primer paso.
Oye, estamos a 2 minutos.
Liquid
Oh,
oxygen
un poquito.
loading is continuing on both stages.
Sí, como
You
dos
see on
minutos.
the view on
parece.
the left side of the monitor, the condensation, the cold gas wrapped around the stages as the tank skins are chilled by the densified liquid oxygen.
Revisando la parte de los líquidos, los gases, el combustible.
El enfriador.
Exactamente.
Like this moment, we're a little more than 90% full on the oxidizer on the first stage, ticking up towards that 80% mark on the second stage. We'll be counting
Este es un lanzamiento que va por etapas. Va primero la parte de los motores abajo, después como una segunda etapa hasta que hace el despegue definitivo.
Ya están lanzando el enfriador, el gas refrigerante.
Exactamente.
¿Qué temperatura alcanzará esta cuestión cuando lanzan el cohete al máximo? Deben ser varios miles de grados Celsius.
Claro, para propulsar esa tremenda cosa ahí, hay harta energía la que se necesita para despegarlo del suelo.
Eso que se debe ser nitrógeno, que lo usan para enfriar seguramente, que está ahí viéndose como un mito.
Exactamente, no es que se esté quemando o incendiando por dentro.
No es que hay papa, no, habemos papa.
No es que estén fumando antes de irse ni nada, no están fumando
para relajarse. Estamos en la hora.
Sí, ya no queda nada. Gracias a toda la gente que nos está viendo en este momento, que nos están comentando, que nos están acompañando en este momento, así que esperemos que todo salga bien, ¿no?
Estamos sacrificando el almuerzo. Cruzamos los dedos que todo resulte. Y en cualquier momento comienza la cuenta regresiva.
Sí, le mandamos saludos a Christopher, a Moisés, a Giovanna también, que nos están acompañando. A Marta, que escribió, y en un principio nos escribió hasta Elon Musk. Alguien en YouTube llamado Elon Musk nos mandó saludos, así que imagínense.
Christopher dice que podríamos sacar nuestro dinero y construir algo. Debe ser de la AFP.
De la AFP, claro.
Además, Christopher,
no tengo mucha plata ahí, así que no creo que aporte mucho.
A mí no me alcanza ni con
un guante del astronauta.
Yo creo que podría aportar con una calcomanía.
Claro, algo así. Más para eso no alcanza.
Imagínate el costo que debe tener llevar cualquier cosita al espacio.
Su cocaví.
Oye, los astronautas en la Estación Espacial Internacional tiene 6 habitaciones. Está diseñada para 6 astronautas, pero han habido hasta 13. Pero cuando hay más de los 6...
O sea, el hacinamiento se da hasta en el espacio.
Sí, los demás duermen en una sillita amarrados nomás por ahí. Los otros tienen su habitación, que es un cubículo en todo caso, no es una,
claro,
no es una pieza.
Va quedando poquito. Vamos a quitar aquí el banner para que se vea completa la imagen. Muchachos, 2 minutos 25 segundos. Claro. Muy poquito.
O sea, en términos técnicos, el lanzamiento ya comenzó.
Sí, efectivamente.
Ya estamos listos. Tendría que pasar algo extraordinariamente raro como el ovni que acaba de pasar para que no hiciera el lanzamiento. ¿Lo vi?
No alcancé a ver. No alcancé a ver bien.
Y lo vamos a ver en la repetición después. Oh, se ve
Va a
como...
ser el tema de análisis después. Un ovni antes del lanzamiento.
Stage 2 launch float is closed out. Propellant fills are complete.
1 minuto 45 segundos.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Lo que te iba a contar es que en la estación espacial están esperándolo. Son 19 horas que debería tardar desde que salen hasta que lleguen allá. Y
Claro.
estos muchachos llevan fruta fresca y verdura. Entonces los astronautas valoran mucho eso. Comer otra cosa que el alimento para bebés y deshidratado. Oye, el 90%, el 95% del sudor y de la orina se recupera en la Estación Espacial Internacional.
¿Sí?
Sí.
No,
entonces ellos
así...
vuelven a beber su propia agua que producen y también la vuelven a respirar porque a partir de impulsos eléctricos el agua la separan el hidrógeno y el oxígeno. Entonces ellos,
electrolisis.
Claro, van respirando.
Voy a moverme un poquito, voy a moverme un segundito, dame un segundito.
Sí.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
Estamos a 30 segundos.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Conejo, mira, ven. Conejo, Gabriela. 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 Ven rápido, apúrate.
Stage 1 tanks pressing for flight.
T-minus 15 seconds.
Ven, ven, ven. Mira, 14, 13,
10,
11,
9, 8,
8,
7,
7.
6, 5,
Comienza el lanzamiento.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon.
Se fue.
Bob and Doug.
America has launched.
Yeah.
So rise the new era of American space flight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation.
Todo bien, salió todo bien.
20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds.
Llevamos a 500 kilómetros de 500 kilómetros por hora.
And look at them go.
Millas por hora.
Qué emocionante, ¿ah? Salió todo bien esta vez.
Down to get ready for the period of maximum
En
dynamic.
19 horas vamos a tener la llegada a la ISS.
Reports say all systems are go.
Oye, el que transmite debe ser Barack Obama. Se parece mucho a la voz.
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
Sí. Encontró pega.
Sí. Instituto de fin de semana.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy. 1 Bravo.
¿Alcanza a ver si la velocidad que aparece son millas por hora?
The second aboard
Se
zone
alcanza a ver que van a
continue to be on this.
1900. Ay, no, esas son las millas recorridas.
At this point, Bob and Doug
Yo tengo tan
pulling
mala
about
vista que no alcanzo a ver
2.3
bien.
Gs, 2.3
Yo lo veo
times,
muy pequeño.
already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
Qué increíble, ¿eh? ¿Qué estarán sintiendo los astronautas en este momento?
Engine chill. That's getting
Deben estar sintiendo una fuerza G tremenda.
into flight.
Deben estar pegados al asiento.
Así.
Next major event.
Imagínate la fuerza.
Triple will have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation.
Ya debería separarse el propulsor inicial.
Continue to carry astronauts into orbit.
Mira, esa cámara está súper buena. Adiós, terraplanistas. Ahí se acabó todo. Ahí está para los terraplanistas. Vean la imagen de la izquierda.
We're throttling down the Merlin engines on the first stage.
Ahí va la primera etapa.
Sí, se va a separar. ¿Se separó? No logro ver.
No se alcanza. Yo creo que vamos. Ahí va. Miko dice.
Miko.
Ahí está.
Ahí va.
Ahí
Bien,
está.
se acaba de separar. la primera parte, el propulsor. Lo bonito es que vamos a ver cuando llegue a la Tierra, cuando caiga paradito en alguna parte.
Los astronautas van tranquilitos.
Y todavía deben ir con los pegaditos al asiento. La ISS debe estar orbitando la Tierra a 28.000 kilómetros por hora para no caer.
Claro, porque si no se deja, al final de tantas vueltas, si no lo hiciera así, estaría finalmente cayendo a la Tierra. Por eso que tiene que ir haciendo, creo que va haciendo una corrección todo el tiempo que va dando una vuelta para no estar haciendo esa elíptica, no sé cómo se llama, si no caería.
Tiene 4 ruedas que se llaman giroscopios, pero son ruedas en el fondo, y esos giroscopios hacen que se estabilice y la puedan mover de un lado a otro. Es súper simple el sistema. No sé si has visto el experimento cuando hay un video de un profesor de física que toma una rueda de bicicleta con sus manos,
sí,
le da vuelta y se gira. Eso, es lo mismo, es la misma tecnología, súper simple. Son 4 giroscopios los que controlan la posición de la ISS. Y también tienen que estar pendientes de que estas partes que se ven acá, que son lo más grandes, son los paneles solares, estén apuntando al sol siempre. Porque entre cada vuelta quedamos al lado oscuro, quedamos en otro ángulo, hay que estarlas moviendo constantemente para tener energía.
Claro, claro, de ahí es donde saca la energía de la estación espacial. Una
Los
fuente de energía.
8.200 son la 8.300 es la velocidad.
¿Es la velocidad o son los kilómetros?
No, la velocidad porque son solo 400 kilómetros de altura, no es tanto.
Ah, ya tenés razón.
No, dice speed, es la velocidad. Lo que no logro ver si son millas por hora o kilómetros por hora. Yo creo que esto, como son gringos y están mandando desde Estados Unidos, deben estar usando millas por hora.
Claro, sí, usan millas por hora.
Y si van a 100 kilómetros por hora, bueno, mientras más se aleje de la Tierra, menos le afecta la fuerza de gravedad, por tanto más velocidad va a ir agarrando. Exponencialmente se va a ir poniendo cada vez más rápido.
Las imágenes que nos muestran en la segunda pantalla, cómo se ve la Tierra de fondo.
Oye, ¿reparaste en que el logo de Launch America es muy parecido a Ralph Lauren?
It's making its way back to attempt to land on our drone ship, of course.
Podría ser un...
We're just about a couple minutes
al
away.
menos,
Where 3 of the 9
al menos debe oler rico esa cabina. Por ahora, por ahora, porque son...
Claro. ¿Para qué usar Poet? ¿Para qué usar Poet si puedes usar Ralph Lauren?
Son 6 minutitos que llegan nomás, pues ya los quiero ver cuando lleguen 12, 14 horitas.
Ya vamos casi llegando a la otra etapa que viene, que en unos minutos más debería ser, porque ahí aparece como una elipse en la pantalla donde como que va mostrando el avance, si no me equivoco, es así.
Están mostrando, claro. Ignoro cómo se llama el propulsor que vamos a soltar ahora.
Sí, ya está, falta poquito ya.
Oye, estando en el espacio es súper poca la energía que se necesita para moverse, porque casi no hay resistencia del aire. O sea, hay partículas de aire en el espacio, de oxígeno, que son los que atajan las naves. Hay. Donde se mueve la Estación Espacial Internacional todavía hay. Por eso
todavía,
es importante que conserven la velocidad. Estamos yo creo que a 1 minuto de la próxima separación. Y esto se va haciendo más chico, cada vez más chico. Bueno, la parte más grande ya se desprendió.
Sí, la parte más grande se desprendió. Ya, en este momento ya va a empezar ahora la otra etapa. Atentos.
Estamos en despegue.
And there is that entry burn beginning.
El stage 1.
This burn lasts about 36 seconds long.
Stage 2 FPS is safe.
Ya están afuera ya.
Continues. We're just about a minute away from SECO. We'll have a number of events all happen in rapid succession. It'll be the second engine cutoff. We'll be looking for that stage 1 landing burn shortly after.
Actually, just within a few seconds of each
Para que
other.
haya fuego se necesita oxígeno. Y mientras más altura hay, es más difícil que se forme fuego en la salida del propulsor.
Ahora ya va en descenso, si no me equivoco. Es la parte de la derecha.
En la cámara debe ser del primero que se desprendió, ¿verdad?
El que va a volver, supuestamente.
Ese debe estar descendiendo a unos 490 kilómetros por hora. Es como el máximo de velocidad que se alcanza al descender a la Tierra. 470, 490 kilómetros por hora.
To orbit or to land off the coast of Ireland. Standing by for second
Stage 1 landing
cutoff
startup.
confirmation.
And back throttle step. And back shutdown.
Ahí está el call center.
Confirmation of SECO second engine cutoff.
Vamos a ver cuando regrese entonces y tiene que estacionarse paradito súper bien. Ya lo han probado varias veces, así que ya no deberían tener problemas porque en anteriores pruebas que han hecho ya, digamos que ya como que ya superaron ese nivel de dificultad y ya lo saben hacer bien, entonces no deberíamos encontrarnos con sorpresas. Perdimos la señal, pero ahí volvió.
Sí. Lo sienten.
Mira,
ya llegó. No lo pudimos ver, pero llegó bien.
Eso se va a prestar para tantas interpretaciones.
Claro.
Lo importante es que está ahí. Lo importante es que está ahí.
Tenía que fallar la cámara. Oye, eso que se ve ahí como un palito parado con patas, mide 50 y tantos metros.
50 y tantos metros.
Si nos paráramos ahí, levantamos los brazos y no alcanzaríamos a tocar la base.
Ni las patitas. Claro.
All right, we did hear again that call out, good orbital insertion, so that means
bueno, no hubo problemas con el retorno de la primera parte del cohete, así que todo bien. Mira, un
Ese es el más
dragoncito.
grande porque es el que tiene más combustible, el que se necesita para la explosión inicial que logra vencer la gravedad, la fuerza de gravedad de la Tierra.
Exactamente. Ahí es donde está toda la plata invertida en ese combustible.
Before Dragon initiates separation from the second stage, they do make sure
El astronauta sacó un dinosaurio, una figura de un dinosaurio, así, se le escapó, sí.
Ya deben estar con menos gravedad. Debería.
Cold gas built into the rocket body itself.
Exactly. So we do expect that separation to occur in about a minute from now, but they do wait until they have full confirmation that it is ready to separate.
Dice que está esperando la confirmación para la separación.
This view that we are seeing right now. Bob and Doug on the right screen, inside of Crew Dragon, out in space.
Yeah, already 200 kilometers over planet Earth, or a little over
200 kilómetros.
Traveling in excess.
Está a 200 kilómetros.
27,000 meters per second, or about 16,000 miles per hour.
No sé cuántas millas por hora dijo.
Again, we're just standing by. That separation event should be coming up shortly. Then they'll begin a series of checks on the Draco thrusters that are going to be used to maneuver and then power Dragon on its flight to the International Space Station. Standing by for separation.
Expected loss of signal, wallows.
Estamos ya listos para el despegue siguiente. El segundo impulso, digamos.
Mira. Se separó el Dragon. Finalmente la cápsula quedó separada.
Solo queda la cápsula y un muy pequeñito propulsor.
Salió todo bien.
Sí.
Oye, que uno esté viendo en vivo estas cosas. Bueno, se agradece que la NASA y toda esta gente compartan estos videos porque es como un momento histórico igual. Y
De
estarlo
todas
siguiendo en
maneras.
vivo.
Oye, ¿tú sabías que la primera vez que una nave rusa con una nave americana se acoplaron fue en el año 75, 1975?
75, mira.
Claro. Y los rusos usaban una cámara de presión dentro de la nave de su estación, digamos que tenía la misma presión de aire que en la Tierra, como una atmósfera. En cambio, los norteamericanos usan oxígeno puro. Entonces tenían una presión que era como algo así como un 15% más alta de cantidad de oxígeno en el aire, lo que provocó el problema que cuando se juntaron en 1975 por primera vez, cuando se acoplaron, podría haber hecho el cambio de presión al juntarse, podría haber hecho hervir la sangre de los rusos, de los soviéticos en ese tiempo. El hidrógeno de la sangre se habría transformado en gas. El mismo efecto que pasa cuando los buzos submarinos salen del agua muy rápido, sin pasar por las cámaras de compresión. El hidrógeno de la sangre se transforma en gas al perder presión y prácticamente hielo. Se transforma en gas.
Por eso tienen que pasar por eso que dices tú, que es como la descompresión primero, antes de como que...
Space Station, and also 4 of those Draco thrusters, we call them the forward bulkhead thrusters. They're going to be used for these major phase burns or firings of those thrusters.
Se van a amanecer hoy con la transmisión. Bueno, vamos a dejar la transmisión, ¿eh? Vamos a dejarla hasta cuando se...
A ver si a las 15 más 19 serían a las 34, o sea, a las 10 de la mañana, de hora de Chile, de mañana, a las 10. Debería estar llegando a las 10:20, debería estar llegando la...
Y por supuesto que eso lo vamos a transmitir, si es que está en vivo de eso, lo vamos a transmitir igual.
Sí, de todas maneras.
Tomorrow morning.
La primera estación espacial no fue precisamente la internacional o una americana, sino que fue una rusa, la extinta Mir. ¿Te acordáis de
la Mir? La famosa Mir, la estación Mir, claro. Y los rusos siempre llevaron como que la delantera en esto de la aeronáutica, de la carrera espacial, daban la delantera en un comienzo. El primer ser humano en orbitar la Tierra, Yuri Gagarin. Bueno, los rusos...
algo así como 9-1 en la carrera espacial. Sin embargo, dijo que ellos habían ganado la carrera espacial porque pusieron al primer hombre en la Luna. Pero los que pusieron el primer satélite en el espacio, el Sputnik 1, en el 57 fueron los soviéticos. Los que pusieron al primer ser vivo en el espacio, la perra laica, fueron los soviéticos en el 59, si no me equivoco. Luego el 61, el primer ser humano, Yuri Gagarin, la primera mujer, Valentina Tereshkova.
No, se marcaron, los principales hitos los marcaron ellos.
Claro, el primer objeto en otro planeta, que fue en Marte. Antes que eso, en Venus. Los soviéticos fueron los primeros en llegar a Venus, que tiene temperatura sobre 400 grados, entonces duró un ratito, como 2 minutos la transmisión antes que se derritiera todo. Y también nos mostraron la cara oculta de la Luna por primera vez los soviéticos. En la suma son como 9-1 en la carrera espacial, pero los gringos pusieron
to continue broadcasting live with you.
Yeah, Jesse and Dan, we are just in awe over here.
Bueno, ya la transmisión desde la cápsula en sí ya parece que la cortaron, ahora van a empezar los comentarios de la gente ahí en ese panel. Y no sé si van a volver a retomar la transmisión en este momento, van a ponerse a conversar, me imagino.
Sí, yo creo que los van a dejar ir al baño. a darse
My own
una,
eyes.
a lavarse la carita y luego volver.
Speechless. Just so grateful that
Yo
we
creo que
got
vamos a
to
dejar la
get there,
transmisión
and there's a lot more
igual
to go.
siguiendo
A
corriendo para
lot more to go,
que
but I'm so happy
no nos
they're
perdamos
safe
más
right
detalles.
now.
Y cuando
Sí,
regrese,
Yeah. Leland, we're
regresamos.
talking about it. It's amazing what we can do when we work
lo
together.
dejamos. Quería, mira, contarte algo con más detalle.
Americans can do when we come
El
together.
primer satélite artificial, el Sputnik 1, los soviéticos lo mandaron en el 57.
And their families.
El primer animal en el espacio, la perla laica, fue el 13 de noviembre del 57 también.
That rocket fuel is still in my
Del
veins.
lado oscuro de la luna, o el lado oculto en realidad, porque no es que esté oscuro, para nosotros no lo vemos, pero no es oscuro. Fue el 59. La primera persona que es Yuri Gagarin el 61, la primera mujer el 63, Valentina Tereshkova, la primera caminata espacial, Alexei Leonov en el 65. La primera nave en orbitar la Luna en el 66, el Luna 9. Y bueno, el 69 se meten recién los gringos que ponen al primer hombre en la Luna, Neil Armstrong, el 69.
Claro.
Pero los rusos
Y después
en
varias
el
misiones
70,
más que llevaron más hombres a la Luna. Claro, no fue
claro,
solamente una vez, sino como 6, 7 veces.
sí, fueron 7 Apolo, pero el Apolo 13 fue el único que no se posó en la...
Exacto. De la película también, sale en la
En
película.
realidad fueron 8 porque el Apolo 10 fue a orbitar la Luna, pero no descendieron. El Apolo 11 fue los primeros que descendieron. Bueno, la primera estación espacial la primera estación espacial fue el 71, la Soyuz 1. Y bueno, los gringos se declaran ganadores por haber puesto el primer hombre en la Luna, pero con fines prácticos, los soviéticos son los que llevan la delantera. Bueno, como siempre en ciencia, se descubrió que la colaboración y la cooperación es mucho más práctica y fructífera que cualquier otra cosa, que la competencia.
Exactamente, porque eso ha permitido que se consigan más avances, más desarrollo en lo que es la parte astronómica, de la astronomía, ¿cachai? Ha servido que no solamente en Estados Unidos y Rusia, sino que los chinos, los indios, Pakistán, Canadá, España, Brasil, incluso hasta gente de México ha estado en la Estación Espacial Internacional. Incluso Chile llevó, no astronautas, pero no olvidar el caso de la chinita en el espacio.
Llevó chinita, sí. Oye, en la estación y comieron 3 el primer alimento que se sembró y todo el proceso en el espacio fue una lechuguita.
Cultivado en el espacio.
Sí, cultivado completamente en el espacio.
International Space Station. Tonight I'm heading to Houston to be at the Johnson Space Center.
Bueno, se supone que la Estación Espacial Internacional es para prepararnos para ir a Marte en algún momento. Debemos colonizar otros lugares y vamos a tener que entrenarnos mucho para eso. Se estima que para el 2030
ese es el objetivo de esta empresa en el fondo. O sea, ese es su plan, llegar a Marte a establecer una colonia y de bastante gente. O sea, no es un plan así de enviar a un par de astronautas a recorrer Marte, sino que el plan es ir a establecer una colonia en Marte dentro de los próximos, qué sé yo, 30, 50 años, tal vez incluso menos, como se desarrolla la tecnología.
Ir a Marte cuando está más cerca nos tomaría 6 meses. Cuando está más lejos se demoraría 9 meses. El récord de permanencia en el espacio lo tiene una astronauta que estuvo 546 días, si no me equivoco, en el espacio. Bueno, en la estación, en la ISS se han batido todos los récords. Las caminatas más largas, las caminatas espaciales más largas, las permanencias más altas de hombres o de mujeres. Y otros experimentos. En realidad, cada persona que ha ido a la Estación Espacial Internacional ha tenido que cumplir con una serie de experimentos y con preparación desde 2 años para poder ser considerados si quieren en ir a la ISS.
Ya, todo lleva un entrenamiento de los mismos astronautas, no solamente de la capacidad mental que tengan, que sean muy inteligentes, que sepan mucho de estas cosas, sino que también requiere la parte física y también la parte mental, porque la parte psicológica influye mucho en este tipo de entrenamiento que tienen que hacer para poder salir para afuera. No vaya a mandar a un loco ahí a cargo del
Claro.
viaje.
En la autobiografía de
pasado la
Neil Armstrong, en la autobiografía de Neil Armstrong, él decía que muchas de las pruebas que le estuvieron haciendo, porque él no iba a ser originalmente el primer hombre en la luna, iba a ser Alan Shepard.
Alan Shepard.
Y bueno, por ciertas casualidades terminó siendo él. Él cuenta que muchas de las pruebas a las que los sometían en realidad eran torturas, que no tenían ningún fin práctico para la experimentación, sino que era prácticamente ver hasta dónde tenían la capacidad de aguantar.
Claro.
Le echaban agua de distintas temperaturas en los oídos y hacía un montón de cosas, someterlos a presión él después declara que en realidad no tenía ningún fin práctico, solo ver la capacidad de aguante.
Porque imagínate, era un viaje corto, entre comillas, corto, hasta la Luna. Para las próximas misiones que manden a astronautas a Marte, que ya es un viaje mucho más largo, de 6 meses probablemente va a ser así, hay que estar preparado mentalmente. Yo creo que la gente en la Tierra ya está haciendo un curso gratuito de confinamiento, de estar encerrado, de acostumbrarse a esa realidad de como que estar encerrado todo el tiempo. Pero para ellos es mucho más complejo el asunto. O sea, estar en el espacio, en una cápsula, encerrado durante 6 meses, requiere mucho la parte psicológica. O sea, que no te volváis loco arriba, ¿cachai?
Exactamente. Ellos entrenan, por ejemplo, la ingravidez la practican en una piscina. Hay una réplica de varios lugares de la Estación Espacial Internacional y los astronautas andan con el mismo traje prácticamente que usan en el espacio, pero lo hacen en una piscina.
Y son las imágenes que usan los amigos terraplanistas para decir que todo es un show montado aquí en la Tierra, y dicen que tenemos la estación espacial en miniatura aquí en la Tierra, en una piscina, y hay burbujas en el espacio y sin fin de cosas más. Pero no. La Tierra no es plana.
No voy a decir más nada acerca de los terraplanistas. Estoy preparando mi libro que ya anuncié ayer.
¿Cómo se va a llamar tu libro, Brito?
Se va a llamar Aquí lo único plano es tu hermana. O Aquí la única plana es tu hermana. Un poco de humor de los años 90, ya que no está Julio.
No es el
Ya que
Julio.
no está Julio, alguien tiene que reemplazarlo.
Mira, este es el de Star Trek. Mira, varios famosillos gringos.
Mira, sí.
Están haciendo un resumen de lo que significó esta misión. Exactamente.
Su familia, Twitter, los muchachos. Por supuesto, en un auto Tesla.
Claro que sí.
Eléctrico y sin chofer.
Oye, si todo también hay marketing detrás de todo esto, o sea.
Sí, pues ese traje tan
cosas.
Star Trek es porque se vende. Pues.
Claro, exactamente.
Esos trajes no les sirven a estos muchachos para salir a dar su vuelta en el espacio. No son trajes presurizados.
Estuve leyendo que se habían inspirado en unos superhéroes, algo así, para el diseño de los trajes que utilizaron ahora.
Mira, ahí está. ¿Cabeza Bichí está o no?
No sé si era el Cabeza Bichí.
Christopher me dice Blito Gordillo. ¿Y tu mamá?
Launch America, ahí está el logo. Y era la Estación Espacial Internacional en el fondo.
Sí, qué lindo.
¿Ya se cortó la transmisión? Seguimos.
Sí, démosle hasta las 4 porque debo ir a almorzar y a darle almuerzo a mi criatura que está ahí jugando Free Fire. con los últimos comentarios. Bueno, se supone que mañana a las 10 de la mañana aprox deberíamos tener la llegada a la ISS. Francisca dice que comenzó la era espacial 2.0. Yo creo que comenzó hace rato, comenzó cuando se acaba la Guerra Fría, o un poco antes, incluso cuando los rusos y los gringos se deciden a colaborar y apoyarse y dejar de pelear por tonteras. Ahí nos
Esta
fuimos.
sería la 3.0.
¿Cómo?
Sería como la 3.0, la versión
Claro.
3.0. Sí. Es que ahora comienza la parte donde entran las agencias comerciales a trabajar en esto del turismo espacial, por decirlo así. Si esto es como un primer paso para eso, y probablemente los próximos años ya estén de lleno metidos las demás agencias espaciales que son no propiedad de gobierno ni colaboración internacional entre países, sino que ya de empresas privadas, que van a empezar a mandar turistas a hacer
Ya hubo un
turismo.
turista espacial, ¿te acordáis? Uno de apellido Tito. Un señor que fue turista espacial. A ver si los amigos en el chat nos soplan cómo se llamaba este señor, de apellido Tito, un viejito que pagó algo así como $1.000 millones porque lo llevaron a dar una vuelta al espacio exterior.
No lo recuerdo. Sí sé que Stephen Hawking estuvo también, no sé si estuvo en la
Pero
estación
es que
espacial o
Stephen
estuvo en
Hawking
un vuelo que...
fue al avión que descendía y
Claro, sin
daba
gravedad.
la sensación de incavidez.
Exactamente.
Pero no, este otro señor fue el primer turista espacial.
Mm.
El primer turista espacial. Yo me acuerdo que su apellido era Tito. Parece que era griego, no estoy seguro. Pero seguramente Christopher o Francisca o algún amigo que esté en el chat nos va a soplar. Denis Tito se llama, según. Gracias, Christopher. Denis Tito.
Oye, y aprovechando también me acordé que nosotros también los chilenos hemos marcado hitos en la carrera espacial. De hecho, hace un tiempo atrás, el dueño de la luna era chileno, un señor que se llamaba Genaro Gajardo, si no me equivoco.
Genaro Gajardo, talquino.
Tiene una historia bien bonita, de que
él
la
quería
misma
entrar,
NASA, Ronald Reagan le pidió permiso.
quería entrar a un club social en Talca, el Club Talca, y le exigían ser dueño de un bien raíz. Y este abogado no tenía un bien raíz. Y no se le ocurre nada mejor que inscribir la luna a su nombre. Y se supone que existe la carta de John Kennedy.
¿Ronald Reagan? No, de Ronald Reagan, creo que...
No, Ronald Reagan es de los 80, po. En el 69, cuando el hombre fue a la luna, Ronald Reagan hacía películas todavía.
Yo pensé que era Ronald Reagan. Estaba confundido.
Acuérdate que Marty McFly le cuenta al gallo a una persona en el bar que Ronald Reagan es el presidente y se asombran porque era un actor.
Era un actor, ¿verdad? Tenía razón.
Sí, se supone que John Kennedy le pidió autorización a Genaro Gajardo para llegar a la luna.
Claro.
Y sabéis que
simbólica, más que nada.
Sí, en la vuelta del Apolo 11 escucharon una radio chilena, la radio El Conquistador, si no me equivoco.
Mira.
Sí, sintonizaron la radio El Conquistador. Fue lo primero que sintonizaron de vuelta, como que pasaron justo por la órbita de por el lugar
Justo se
donde
toparon
iba
con la señal.
la onda de radio. Sí, se toparon con la señal y escucharon El Conquistador. ¿Qué otro dato freak de Chile en la carrera espacial?
Mandamos a Guru del profesor Rosa al lanzamiento del Fasat Alpha. Eran nuestros embajadores en el lanzamiento.
¿Qué mandaron?
Yo me acuerdo que estaba el Guru y el profesor Rosa. Ahí, metido. Estaban viendo el lanzamiento de nuestro satélite.
Oye, espero que no haya ido Don
Bueno, era
Carter.
parte de la comitiva oficial, pero eran los que estaban ahí. Pues. ¿Qué iba a TVN, la prensa? No, estaba Guru y el profesor Rosa.
Podríamos hacer una encuesta. ¿A qué chileno enviaríamos en una misión a Marte sin retorno? ¿Y por qué?
Hay varios, hay varios.
Iván Moreira.
No, de partida tenemos a nuestro presidente que le haría bien un viaje sin retorno.
Sí. Oye, tenemos un astronauta aprobó todos los cursos, que se llama como Klaus von Frauenfeld.
Bien
Y
chileno,
este
sí, bien
señor
chileno el nombre.
nunca fue al espacio, pues ya no fue ya. El gallo es
No
muy
sé qué edad
serio.
tendrá.
No, pues ya está como viejo. Ahí
Pero
nos van
sí,
a
sí.
ver los chiquillos con el nombre del chileno que se llama Klaus von
no sé qué.
algo.
Sí.
Él es el primer chileno, el
Un
primer
típico nombre
astronauta
chileno.
chileno, pero no pudo ir al espacio. No se dieron las cosas. No contaba
Pero
con la
probablemente en
confianza
un
del técnico.
futuro puede pasar eso. ¿Eh? De hecho, si no me equivoco, ya dando datos así, creo que Farcas ya pagó como para ya hacer turismo espacial cuando tenga que ser, y va a ser, y Don Francisco, si no me equivoco, serían, mira, están mostrando unas gráficas, así que las voy a colocar en pantalla.
Don Francisco va a hacer una teletón en el espacio.
Con todos los planetas unidos.
Klaus von Struger es un piloto
Ahí
militar,
está.
ingeniero aeroespacial y candidato a astronauta chileno. Es oficial en retiro de la Fuerza Aérea de Chile.
Ahí está.
Pero lamentablemente no sé si podrá ir aún, pero cuando iba a ir ya no.
Claro, a veces la edad igual influye, ya de estar como los 50, 60, a lo mejor, no sé, realmente no sé qué edad
Yo
tenga.
creo que sí, pues, como los 60. En la gráfica que están mostrando en la cápsula,
Es que la veo tan pequeña la imagen que no alcanzo a distinguir. No. Voy a escuchar lo que dicen para ver si entiendo algo.
auspiciado por Puma.
Auspiciado por Puma.
Pumba.
Por Kuma. Kuma.
¿En qué comuna está ahí, Antonio?
En la Florida. Desde la Florida.
Ahí en cuarentena.
Santiago de Chile. Sí, en cuarentena. ¿Tú estás ahí en Linares? ¿Linares, no?
Talca.
¿Curicó?
No, de hecho estoy en la comuna de Maule. Estoy en la comuna de Maule, pegadito a Talca.
Francisca nos dice, a Piñera ni cagando, de mandarlo al espacio en un viaje sin retorno. Nos cobra luz en noches de luna llena. Mandaría a Nicolás López. Ah, mira el Nicolás López. ¿Cachai a Nicolás López, el director de cine? Bueno, comía cine.
Películas tan notables como Promedio Rojo.
Promedio Rojo, qué pena tu vida, tu boda, no sé qué. Un gran cineasta. No es un gran cineasta. Aquí estamos con cosas.
No. Amigo de Quentin Tarantino.
El tipo, lo que sí tiene es que es muy comercial, ¿eh? El tipo sabe venderse, porque le ha ido bien, se ha vendido bien. Ahora, de la calidad del producto que tiene, no, ¿cachai? O sea, no ha hecho alguna película relativamente decente.
Y la vendió. La vendió pesado.
Oye, ya, yo me tengo que retirar. Porque tengo que
son las
comer.
4, yo también.
Pero
mira, por lo que
a
entiendo, la navecita, la Crew Dragon, va a dar un par de vueltas a la Tierra y se va a ir acercando a poquito hasta conseguir estar en órbita en línea con la ISS. Y mañana, alrededor de las 10 de la mañana, debería estar acoplándose.
Exactamente. De todas maneras, vamos a dejar un rato la transmisión aquí, nosotros nos vamos a salir, y mañana vamos a retomar también de nuevo para el momento, cuando se acoplen ahí con la Estación Espacial Internacional.
Bueno, agradecemos a Francisca Yáñez, que nos colaboró con algunos comentarios, a Christopher González, a Piñera ni cagando, y a Nicolás López. Y a Klaus
A Klaus, nos debe estar viendo, a Klaus, perdona por no pronunciar tu apellido tan chileno. Ya, Elon Musk, que fue el primero que nos comentó.
Y a Joana Patricia Gallardo y a Julio Novela, que extrañamos
Julio,
su...
Nos escribió también el Moisés, si no me equivoco, sí, también el Moisés, así que...
¿Cuánto falta?
Marta Guerrero también.
Extrañamos a Julio. Ya,
Julio nos abandonó.
Nos vemos.
Nos vemos, cuídense mucho y vamos a dejar la transmisión, nosotros nos vamos. Chau.
Fue un placer.
So it'll be Doug and Bob at the controls. First, they'll fly Dragon to the center line of the docking approach, just precisely lining it up with that docking port.
Then they'll do a number of translational maneuvers, so using the Draco thrusters on Dragon to move it around the different axes. And then they'll always be checking in with the ground on how much propellant is used. Again, translational is just you're moving back, forward, side to side. When we refer to attitude maneuvers, it's where you're pointing. But once they're complete with that, they'll transition control back over to the Dragon flight computer to resume that automated docking.
And once Dragon is only 20 meters away from waypoint 2, that the spacecraft focuses on aligning its docking system with the docking adapter. Dragon will then fly in and make contact with the IDA, giving us what we call a soft capture. The soft capture ring then retracts until sensors indicate it's time for hooks to drive in place to give us a hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to the station. Then it's time for leak checks and hatch opening, which is currently timelined to come about 2 hours following docking.
We're going to be here with you the entire way. And again, it's going to be a 2-team effort once Dragon gets really close. So why don't we jump over to Gary, International Space Houston. It's got to be exciting seeing that launch and knowing that they're on the way to you. How's the team doing, Gary?
Dan, there is a allotment from the room. We are closely monitoring Dragon's few burns that are coming up here. You both did a great job of describing some of those. From the International Space Station side of things, we're really in a monitor mode for much of the flight. Once it gets closer to some of the docking portion of the flight that you were going through, that's when we'll start really kicking into gear for joint operations. Just when the Dragon is just about 80 kilometers away, we'll start doing our checkouts of a system called C2V2. That's the communication system. Dragon, through the most of its flight, will be talking or communicating with the TDRS satellites, geosynchronous satellites around the Earth. Right about the 80-kilometer part, it'll be we'll be turning on the C2V2. That is the common communication for visiting vehicles and establishes a link between the International Space Station and Dragon. It'll be turned on for some S-band connections and testing some of the radio signals as Dragon makes its approach. Really, though, we'll be monitoring the approach through some of those final burns. Once it's in front of the International Space Station, the space station has a few things that it needs to do from the attitude control side of things to really prepare the station for docking, switching some of the thrusters over to the Russian side and really relying on those control movement gyros and the angular momentum there to keep the International Space Station nice and steady. Once it makes its approach, it'll really be up to Bob and Doug to perform those final maneuvers and into docking. Chris Cassidy, though, will be monitoring from the inside. He's got a tool called the RPOP, and he'll be monitoring the approach from the inside of the International Space Station. Chris Cassidy, through the past couple days, has been preparing the International Space Station for Bob and Doug, getting some of the beds that they'll be sleeping in on the International Space Station ready, really preparing some of the tools that he'll use for the monitoring, and then when Doug and Bob are nice and close to the International Space Station, opening up the hatch and getting some air right between the hatch where Bob and Doug will enter the International Space Station. Everything's still looking good from the space station side of things. We should be exiting a loss of communication now and going back and getting some views from station. Still having great views from Bob and Doug incrementally. We'll be following right along through the duration of this flight until it docks just 19 hours from now. That's it from us in here in Mission Control Houston. Dan, I'll send it back to you over in Hawthorne.
All right. Thank you, Gary. Now joining me here in Hawthorne, though, we'll get her a second to get mic'd up and everything, but SpaceX's Kate Tice, who was with us for Demo 1, we got to do the splashdown together. Now we're going to do kind of that initial flight on orbit with Bob and Doug. So, Kate, thanks for jumping in.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Tice. I'm a senior engineer here at SpaceX. Really excited to be joining you for the Demo 2 webcast here with Dan, like you said, in front of mission headquarters here in Hawthorne. So like he was saying before, Dragon is going to be performing a couple of different things going on in the next few hours. We're going to have 5 major burns, but at the moment we are coming up to the first burn, which is the phase burn.
And that's going to be, again, the first firing of those thrusters, those Draco thrusters. It'll be using both the forward bulkhead, so the ones that were uncovered by that nose cone, and also the ones around the service section or around kind of the bottom portion. And we've been looking at our timeline, and it's expected to last about 492 seconds is what they have it in there. So it's going to be a fairly long firing. And again, these are done just to gradually raise up the orbit. So essentially what we're doing is we're waiting until we're at the highest point of our orbit over the Earth. We're firing the thrusters, and that raises up the lowest point of our orbit. And then we just circle everything out with what we call a co-elliptic burn once we get back to that other side of the orbit. So they're going to just gradually do that over the coming hours until they're at the International Space Station. And then it's time for docking.
Yeah. So like Dan said, we have a total of 12 a total of 12 Draco thrusters on board of Dragon. In addition to the 4 bulkhead Draco thrusters, which we'll be using upcoming, there are 12 more Dracos in the service section, which is the area along the lower part of the Dragon capsule. These will be used in every burn and are primarily there to help maintain Dragon's attitude, which is especially important when doing the finely tuned approach into docking. Now, they can also be used for smaller translational maneuvers, but right now we're approaching the phase burn, and that should be about 3 minutes.
Yep. So we're just going to continue to stand by, wait for that phase burn. That'll be the first major on-orbit event since they've done all of their checkouts and the nose cone is open. And then we'll be standing by. We should be having the first manual flight test coming up in just about 50 minutes from now, if everything goes well. So that'll be our first chance to watch Bob and Doug actually fly Dragon. And so, I mean, that's going to be really cool. Again, it's designed to fly itself the entire time, but it's the crew has the ability to step in should they need it. And they'll actually be stepping in and taking control. So they'll be flying a brand new spacecraft for the very first time.
Yeah, something that I like to remind my friends and family, as we've been leading up to this launch for the last several days, this is a demonstration mission. And so like that far field manual flight test that we'll have coming up a little bit later, Bob and Doug, they're test pilots. This kind of mission is what they live for. If I remember correctly, it was 1981, Shuttle Columbia was the last time that we tested a completely new vehicle. So it's been a long time since anybody has had the opportunity to do a test flight like Bob and Doug are doing today and will be continuing to do for the next 19 hours. So that opportunity for them
Dragon SpaceX for suit offing plan.
That opportunity for them to take control of the Dragon capsule if, for some reason that they need to, that is one of the test objectives.
Yeah, we're right now, cabin environments are stable. Our plan is to give you the go for suit offing after the phase burn. And we are seeing Draco Orbit 2, Draco 4 is a little bit low temperature out of family. We're not tracking any immediate concerns, but just wanted to make you aware that we are looking into that.
Okay, copy that, SpaceX. We'll plan on suit doffing after the burn, and then the Orbit 2 Drake 4's low temp.
Good readback.
All right, so the crew is going to stay in their suits until after this phase burn, which we should be hearing start in just about a minute from now. We should be just 10
GNC
seconds
confirms
away
good
from
deorbit
this
burn.
burn. And we have confirmation the first burn is in progress. Again,